This conference will now be recorded.
All right. Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, March 18th, 2021 at 5:34 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Sandra, please note we have everyone in attendance, and we are going to convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071 advice of counsel, 551.072 real property, 551.074 personnel, section 551.087 economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05 Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation of or discussion of said item, and this is as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701, David Stewart versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County, 98th District Court. Consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to EEOC charge number 451-2020-01813, Brittany Henry versus Lago Vista Police Department. Consultation with legal counsel regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC, DBA Baker's Bar and Grill Concession Services Contract, and E, consultation with legal counsel regarding committee applications. And we convene at 5:35 p.m. and we'll be back at 6:30. Thank you.
Neat.
Yeah. You smell it too, huh?
As soon as they leave the grill, I'm coming up.
What, in your mouth or what?
Gross. You so disgusting.
Whomever D is, your microphone's on, by the way. There, it's off.
Mhm. Someone mind speaking a little? I want to make sure my audio is working on my phone.
I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I had computer failure, so I'm having to do it from my cell phone.
Gotcha. Sounds like Don Barthlow.
That is me.
There you go. Hi, Don.
Hey, Dawn.
Hello, John. How are you?
Good. This is Darren's friend. Derek
Yeah.
Ginter.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. I remember you. I recognize you.
Remember us signing the petition on 1431?
Yep.
Yes,
Good
sir.
times.
Yep.
Hey, it worked. Mission accomplished. No incumbents were reelected,
Yeah.
and hopefully it'll work as well next time
There you
if
go.
necessary. If we have to go there.
You gonna run?
I'm not going to run. I've got many other fish to fry. So
Okay. There you go.
yeah, I've got a lot of other stuff to do, but I kind of feel like I've done my part. And what's going to happen is it's going to be good for the community, and it's good to have other people involved, and let me just be in the background.
Yep.
Except I've got stories to tell. I'm going to tell one at the beginning of every council meeting until the mission is accomplished.
Good for you.
Same here.
Yeah.
I'll try to have fun with it.
Bye,
A little weird
Christina.
doing it on the.
So what's with
Hi,
the
Chris.
alias, Arnold? What's with the alias, Arnold? John?
Arnold? Is that what I'm showing up as? Okay.
Yep.
I will get on fixing that. I'm not intending to be an alias.
I
Okay.
didn't think.
Yeah. Alrighty. Never done this. Never done it on the phone. So.
What?
Settings. Got it.
Now you're completely gone, Dawn.
But I was in settings.
Oh, okay.
Did it throw me out? I don't see me.
There you are.
Back,
I don't.
You're there.
back under your name.
Your camera's not on though.
Gotcha. Got to get the right flattering angle. It's not easy. I'm in a metal building.
Donnie,
Yes.
look at that. Mr. Donnie.
Yeah. How's it going?
Good, man. Long time no see.
You won't sell your
Yeah.
house?
You upstairs?
No. I'm in an airplane hangar.
Oh, you're not at your place? I can't tell from the angle.
Yeah. No. I'm in a different place. My internet since the freeze, my internet at my house has been super shoddy. So is my cell service. So
Well, that's
waiting on a new tower, I suppose.
all right.
So I'm glad to see all the familiar faces
Yeah.
and 24 people. That's pretty good. Before the meeting, I
Yeah.
figure they'll go long on this legal, right?
You know, Donnie, they typically go about an hour at the most, an hour and a half. Paul Prince has been really good in Chelan about pushing everyone to get back out into public session as a courtesy. When they one of his things when he was first elected was to try to limit the indeterminate amount of time that they spend in an executive session.
Right. Yeah, I think it's been a little abusive. My experience with it was that there was all kinds of stuff that didn't need to be an executive session, and I think that's a huge part of the city's problem. But I'm glad there are people fixing it.
Yeah.
I think Aaron is on vacation or something until Monday, and so
Right.
it should be export today.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder who they're in there with.
Yeah, I wonder who's giving them
Let's
legal
see.
advice tonight.
That's a good question. Previously, when we had a firm,
You know, it's
we had-
possible she's doing it remotely. Highly
That's
likely
true.
she's doing it remotely, would be my guess.
That'd be my guess too.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have it.
Right. When we had a firm that was doing it, we always had a backup person that kind of kept track of what we were going through. That's a good reason to not have an employee position, right? Same with the engineer. If the engineer makes a mistake, we all got to pay for it, even if we fire him. But if we hire a firm, then they got errors and omissions insurance, and if they make a mistake, the insurance pays for it, right?
Oh, Donnie, you're going to light things up tonight, aren't you?
Theoretically.
I'm going to use my 3 minutes at the beginning, and I think I might leave it right there. But I got lots of stories to tell. I'm willing to tell them all.
Oh boy.
I won't waste too much time. People have a short attention span and busy lives. I'm going to just do my 3 minutes at each meeting and make sure everyone knows what's going on and where we need to go to fix it, because that's my ultimate goal. I don't want to be recognized on the streets. I want the problem solved. So got ideas, but it takes a whole community, you know, if everyone chimes in, and if I say something that makes you want to say something, then you say it too, you know.
Oh boy. He's at it again.
I have to say, these meetings have been part of the strangest part of my life, in my whole life. I just have to say that. I mean, I'm so gracious that everybody is doing it still this way on Zoom or on GoToMeeting, but I don't know. I don't know. If we stay this way for a long time, or I could take my tablet anywhere I want to go and be able to come to these meetings, that would be great too. But I miss everybody.
I do not miss
We do get a lot more participation in the meetings though, like this. I mean, it's like they said, 24 people. They spent almost every meeting has been like this, which is different than when it was in person. It makes it more accessible, I think, to a lot of people.
You know, Diane, I think the numbers I usually see are around 40 to 45 people in this venue.
Right, and by the time it progresses on, people keep coming and coming. My point is just that during this time when it's been via Zoom, attendance has been exponentially greater than what it was in in-person meetings, other than when we were all there with regard to Atlas agendas items.
Yeah.
Well, you can add 2 to your count, because I got 2 people sitting behind me.
I do not miss sitting in that room at City Hall for 6 hours.
I don't either.
All right, we are coming back. So Dave, if you could mute everybody. I don't have that control. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3. Dun, dun. 4. Dave and Shalane, which Shalane may be by phone. All right. Dun, dun, dun. I'll give them about one more minute.
Art, you may want to mute your mic.
All right. There's Shalane. So I don't see Dave, but we're gonna proceed at the moment. All right. All right, we reconvene from executive session into open session at 6:34 PM, and we're gonna recess until 6:40. I need to take a break. See you in 6 minutes.
That was an odd pause for the cause.
Rob, your microphone is on if you're not aware.
Has Dave shown up? Did we see Dave Williams?
Haven't seen him, Ed.
I've got a waiting for name, but I don't.
His name's not up there yet.
All right, I've got 6:40. All right, action items. We reconvene from recess into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding. So before I get into each individual item, Aaron, would you like to give a brief overview of what was discussed?
Sure, Mayor. So on items A and B, I provided updates to the council regarding the status of those two matters as they're pending, either with the regulatory body or with the court. And item C was an update and a discussion regarding the legal options for addressing the amount that remains due from Baker's Bar and Grill. And then item D was a discussion regarding the process and our current, what the information that's in our current resolution regarding accepting applications and the requirements for the applications for those who want to serve on our boards and commissions. Those are the items. And we did have a discussion during exec session regarding our item A, our existing items on our regular session, on our regular agenda. I provided some legal advice regarding those matters.
Okay. So it's B and C, then D, then E on the committee, and then back to A as far as.
Right. The items.
All right. Does anybody in the audience have any comments on executive session? All right. Not seeing anybody. So A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item? Any action?
No action.
B, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation? Any
No action.
All right. C, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation?
No action.
Okay. And D, any necessary action regarding Lago Quality Foods LLC?
Just the direction given to the attorney.
All right, no action. And any necessary action regarding committee applications?
No action.
All right.
Mayor, I believe we did discuss the potential action. There would be a future agenda item around call for more applicants.
Right, yeah, and I will get to that. And agenda item number 14, I believe it is. I have that on my agenda. I'll make that note. So now we will go back to the beginning, and we will start off at this point with our Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and to the Texas flag. Excuse me, I'm going to stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. And we are to citizen comments. So we're at this point here. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And just to give y'all another heads up, like I do at the beginning of every meeting, while we're doing this and watching cameras and stuff, please refrain from drinking your alcoholic beverages while you're on camera. Please refrain from having all your pets run across the screen and distracting people. If for some reason you need something that might be a distraction to people watching, please turn your camera off. Anything that is not open for public hearing, discussion will be comments. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And I think that is all of my announcements. So we're at citizen comments. I do have 3 people who have signed up to speak on general comments. Mr. John Moody, Mr. Bernadette Moody, and Mr. Don Swayze all came in at the same email. I will let them speak here in just a minute. I assume they're going to speak on the same topic. But before I recognize y'all, I do want you to know that I have been by Firefly Cove and spoke to the people there. Legally, we cannot, as a city or as a body, ask them to move their sign because we granted them a variance and they are within the regulations set out by the variance. But I have stopped by and talked to them in person, and I have let them know that they have been receiving complaints, or I have been receiving, council members and staff have been receiving complaints about the location of their sign and the potential that it is blocking the view from people on Lincoln Cove as they look west down Boggy Ford Road. And they said they would take a look at it. That is the current status of the sign there at Firefly Cove office. So at this time, Mr. John Moody, I will recognize you.
Thank you. Mayor, we were told that this house was purchased for the sole purpose of just putting a sign up on the front lawn and not running a business from that house. My wife and I were told the same thing. Now you got cars stacked up in the driveway that are blocking the view on Boggy Ford and the sign blocking the view. Did you mention the vehicles being parked on the driveway, stacked on the driveway? We can't see past them?
The facility there at that corner is now their sales office currently.
Okay, we were told it wasn't going to be used for a business.
Okay.
And
I can't answer to that because it is their sales office. I don't know.
Okay. Were the residents on Lincoln Cove and 7 Porticos notified that this was going to change to a business and not residential?
I would have to check with the notifications.
I would like to see a copy of that, the minutes also for that.
Okay.
Well, if you approach them, we'll see why it takes so. I mean, the first time I mentioned this was February 4th, and it took all this time for somebody to approach them.
Well, we have approached them several times, actually, so I'm just
Hey, I
giving you
never
the
heard-
status right now.
I never heard from Eric like you told me I would hear from.
Okay,
That's all I got right now. We'll go from here. We're gonna be at every meeting until this is resolved.
okay. Thank you. Does Bernadette have anything to speak on?
No, it's not me.
Well, I had something planned, but since you're working on it and we'll, just stand by and wait and see what happens. And we hope that it's resolved quickly because this is really a danger to us and to the people on Lincoln Cove and the ones in Seven Porticos. And there's many families, and if it gets to a point where it's not going to get resolved, then we're going to have to take some different action with people in the residents that are around us. And we're not going to give up until this is resolved. What did I say?
Okay. Have any of y'all cared to stop in and talk or give a call to the Firefly Cove people to express?
I really don't think that's our.
That's not up to
that
us.
shouldn't be us. I mean, that should be, it was done by the city. I think the city should take care of it.
We granted a variance, yes, we did. And they're legally within their variance.
Well, it was also mentioned that it's supposed to be 5 feet from the curb. And then the sign was actually put a foot closer to that, so it's only 4 feet. So they should actually move it the foot, but then if they're going to move it a foot, then they should move it another 2 feet. I don't see the problem with it. I don't know why there's such a kickback on this and a pushback, and just saying, no, it can't be done. Everything can be done. If you put your mind to it, everything can be done. It's not in my vocabulary that things can't be done. So we just expect, from everybody who we voted for to do what's good for the residents of this city.
All right.
That's all I gotta say.
I have Mr. Don Swayze as well.
I'm here. And I've listened to you and I understand what you're saying. I have one comment I'd like to make to you. Is this a business or is this a residence?
It is a sales office. It is a leasing office, yes.
So is that classified as a business or is it a residence? The other concern that I have, they park in the driveway. The only way to get out of that driveway is to back onto Boggy Ford. Not a really good way to run a business. There is a drive-through garage in that residence. They could park in the rear and drive forward onto Boggy Ford. If it is a business, they ought to provide off-street parking for the people that visit that office. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. All right, that is all that I have that have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else who would like to address citizen comments? Yes, Mr. Bartholow.
Yes, when I signed up, I was hoping that you had me on the list there. So anyway, I'll try to get this short and get it done in 3 minutes.
I have you on the list, but I have you on an agenda item.
Okay, well, this is non-agenda item related, and hopefully I can join back in for that agenda item if I need to. So here I go. My name is Don Bartholow. I'm a former member of the city council. I'm a Lago Vista resident. I've lived here for a long time, and I love this city. I'm here to talk at my experience as a council member. I've had people report fraud to me, and fraud in this case is spending taxpayer money without following the rules. There are state rules, there are city rules based on our city charter. This fraud that was reported to me by 3 different people involves component purchasing, and it involves breaking projects into pieces that are below $40,000 and below $50,000. You're specifically not allowed to break projects into pieces because what it does is it avoids council approval if the council's supposed to approve anything over $40,000. And then if it's over $50,000, it's supposed to go to the fair bidding process. The reason these laws exist is to make sure public money, the citizen taxpayer money, is spent well. We want to make sure that you're not spending it fraudulently. So as a council person, we're required every year to sign a document and turn it over to the auditors that says if you know about fraud or conflicts of interest that you report it. So I turned mine in last September to the audited company that's bringing an audit out today. I'm excited to see what they have to say. So this fraud that was reported to me by 3 different people was very consistent in all 3 stories. And my responsibility, according to the Texas law, is I have to go as an elected official or a city employee. You're required to report it to the authorities to make sure that fraud does not continue. I took this fraud to multiple law enforcement agencies, everywhere from the Texas Municipal League to the FBI. And the reason I did this is because the council failed to take any action, city attorney failed to take any action, the mayor failed to take any action. Eventually, the wheels of justice moved so slowly that I went ahead and hired a private firm headed up by a man named Tony Leal, that's the former chief of the Texas Rangers, and he did his own private investigation. I have that report available right now. I attempted to share it with the interim city manager, but after consulting with the other people in the office, he decided not to show up to the meeting with me in front of City Hall. So leave that where it is. I'm going to try to stick to the topic so I can get this done effectively. I've reported these basically fraudulent spending, which is a crime. The punishment for this crime is up to 6 months in jail, up to $2,000 fine per occurrence, and immediate removal from your position. And that doesn't matter if you're an elected official or a city employee, the results are the same. What we should have done was handle this locally and had the people that were involved resign and move on with proper procedures for procurement. What happened instead was we had a group of people get together and they didn't want to hear it. And then I had a meeting with Mayor Ed Tidwell and former Councilman Frank Robbins, who's formerly an assistant city manager, who knew the law. And I tried to have that meeting with Dick Weatherly or David Williams because I had seen both those guys signing checks. That was one of their responsibilities within their role as a city councilman. And it was explained to me how easy it was to sign these checks, but I realized there's a much deeper level of responsibility involved in signing those checks. You're supposed to be looking for patterns or fraud. So
Okay,
those
Don,
guys both declined to my
I'm going to
meeting.
have to cut you off right there because your 3 minutes are up on this subject.
I thought I had 6.
That was on the one that you addressed me about. That is
Okay.
on the,
Does anyone
that is
else
on the-
want to hear
that is
the rest
on
of
the
my
agenda.
story?
I'm sorry?
Can anyone else give me 3 minutes? Can anyone else donate 3 minutes to me? Is that available?
How about the minutes that we had left over, Mayor?
Do what?
How about the minutes that we had left over? We went up to 3 minutes.
I think we're good on this one. Don,
I can keep it short.
Don, you have 6 minutes for the next agenda item that you are signed up for.
Okay. I have a lot more to tell, and I'll.
All right, do I have anybody else who would like to address City Council on citizen comments? All right, we will move on then to agenda items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, proclamations, reminders regarding city council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. And I have some city council events. Obviously, April 1st is our next city council meeting. We are working on our next brush drop-off event. That will be in April. We are looking at April 1st and April 3rd for the next brush drop-off. We are taking a couple of weeks off on brush drop-off because we are trying to get the second location set up. Our first location is maxed out as far as brush collection, and so we need a second site set up. So we're working on getting that done. We're giving some of our street crews some time off. They have worked every weekend since middle of February. So the next brush off will be in April, and it should be down at Sunset Park. Don't know that 100% yet, but that's where it should be. Community events. One of the things that I am establishing as part of the emergency management coordinator, and I think it has gone onto the website. I haven't gone there and looked today, but I'm working with a citizen by the name of Suzanne Griever, and we are starting an emergency response plan committee. The announcement should be on the website today with the applications, with the deadline of March 26th. And this is for part of my after action report that I'm doing on the winter storm. I will be reviewing our our emergency management plan. So ERP, emergency response plan. I think I said economic a while ago, but emergency response plan committee applications are going out for that with the deadline of March 26th. And then we'll be looking at getting together sometime in April, 1st of April. And that is all that I have right now. Does anybody else have any announcements as far as items of community interest? Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to actually give a shout out, a personal thanks to two members of the Lago Vista High School baseball team, Trace Sweet and Caleb Alderete. These two kind young men actually came and assisted us with some things that we couldn't get done here at our house between my husband and I. And they were very kind, helpful young men and very polite. And I just wanted to give them a shout out and thank them for, being willing to aid fellow citizens, fellow community members. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Sullivan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give folks an update. Last time we were on, we talked about the Lions Club working with St. Vincent de Paul to raise money to help folks who are suffering from the storm. I just wanted to give an update that we've raised quite a bit of money between the GoFundMe and the Lions Club proper. We've raised close to $6,000, and we've been helping people with roof repairs, food, helping with utility bills they're having trouble covering. So bottom line is that is continuing to afford. And I would just encourage anybody who is starting to receive utility bills that they're unable to afford because they're much larger than normal, go to the lagolionsclub.org and click on the light blue button there, and you can get information about how to contact us to get help with that if you need it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to add on to that. Ask all of you out there in Lago Vista, please reach out to your neighbors. I had a gentleman come by on Tuesday, 87 years old, does not own a computer, had no idea about anything really that was going on in the city. Him and his wife live at their home. And they don't do Facebook. They don't have computer. They have nothing. They were coming to drop off their brush. Well, unfortunately, on Tuesday, there was nothing open. So I did manage to get some people to them to help them with their brush. But there's people still out there that need help and may not know what's going on. So while you're out in your neighborhoods, please look around and see if you can find anybody that still needs help. And if so, let us know. We do have the Lago Vista Cares volunteer group that will reach out and help people in need, in addition to the financial assistance that the Lions Club and St. Vincent de Paul is contributing. So please let us know. Yes, Councilor Williams, excuse me.
On the website, Mr. Mayor, is the brush event. It's April 1st, 3rd, 8th, and 10th from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at Sunset Park.
Awesome. Thank you.
You got it.
Anybody else? Anybody in the audience have any items of community interest? Mr. Prince, did you have something? No. Councilor Prince has frozen.
Turn off my camera. Can you now?
Yes.
I am apparently having some net problems, so I was not trying to make a comment, but something may have come through.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to speak, but I think I'm having network problems and you may not be hearing me.
I can hear you now.
Okay, well, I'm not, I'm good. I do not have a comment to make at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, if that is everybody in all of our items of community interest, we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is under our action items. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1881, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, accepting from Singleton, Clark and Company PC the audit for fiscal year 2020. Singleton, Clark and Company PC was contracted to complete the City of Lago Vista's annual audit for the fiscal year ending 2020. This is the very first time that we have used this company. We brought in Singleton, Clark and Company this year. We had been using Neffendorf, oh, for gosh, I don't know, 10, 12 years, something like that. I'm not sure how many years. But we have brought in a new auditor for the fiscal year 2020. A copy of the audit is included in the council packet for review. Robert Atilia, I'm hoping I pronounced that right. One of the partners of the firm will be in attendance, and he will present their audit and findings. We'll ask any questions from council members, and then council will be asked to accept or not accept the audit report. So, Robert, at this time, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Can everyone hear me okay? All of the council members have a copy of the agenda that they can scroll through if they desire. Mayor Tidwell, council members, city personnel, other guests, good evening. My name is Robert Gattilia. As the mayor mentioned, I'm with Singleton, Clark and Company, the city's independent auditor. I'm joining you tonight to present for the city's acceptance the audit for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2020. I'm going to try and keep my remarks brief. Generally, we cover what's significant or relevant to the audit, and lacking any requests for specific discussions, we try to stick to 3 major areas. And those areas are the type of opinion that was issued for the year, whether there were any reportable conditions, and then lastly, we look at calculated reserves and significant funds of the city. In this case, I'd like to take a look at the general fund and the utility fund. If anyone has any questions at any point, feel free to stop me. If there's something that I don't cover, I will ask for questions at the end. I do like to, in this case, it's going to be scroll pages rather than flip pages. So if you would scroll to agenda page 115.
All right.
Okay, so on page 115 of the agenda packet, which is our page 79, you have the schedule of findings and question costs. The header and the page numbers for the audit were eliminated in the agenda packet, but when we deliver the final PDF and the printed bound copies, you will have that. But the section is divided, or the schedule is divided into 3 sections. The first section deals with the audit as a whole. The second section deals with primarily state and local matters, and the third section deals with federal. Given that the city did not expend for the fiscal year more than $750,000 worth of federal program money, section 3 is not applicable. But if you'll direct your attention to the top of the page in section 1, the first item that's listed is the type of opinion that was issued for the year. And you'll notice there that the type of opinion that was issued was unmodified, otherwise referred to as a clean opinion. It's what you want to receive, and basically means after having performed the audit and having made any adjustments necessary, and then in assembling this report in terms of the financials, the footnotes, any required or other supplementary information, that in our opinion, it presents fairly in all material respects and is presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So that's what you want to receive related to that. Moving down the section, you'll notice that there's a question related to controls and then a question related to material non-compliance. And so unfortunately for the year, there were 2 findings that we did report. They are discussed in section 2 because they relate to state or local matters. But we did have a material weakness related to controls that was identified, which is finding number 2. And then we did have a material matter of non-compliance related to state law, which is item number 1 in section 2. Scrolling down the page into section 2, so every year if there is a finding, it will be reported here, findings, and then generally if there was a finding in the previous year, it would be presented again with current status. The previous auditor did not report any findings. They did have some comments, but there were no findings, so there's no restatement of findings. But regarding item number 1, related to bid law, we, for all of our clients, we are tasked with looking at matters of laws and regulations as they relate to the audit itself. And so the things that we come in contact with related to these areas are compliance with things like the Public Funds Investment Act, whether we've got significant issues related to budgets, and then on occasion, and it's not uncommon to receive this finding, non-compliance with bid law. So we did look at, and the law basically states or directs you to, in situations where you're purchasing in excess of $50,000, given that it's not an exempt purchase, that you're supposed to follow certain prescribed methods for making that purchase. Normally that requires some sort of bid. So there were 35 instances that we identified that were qualified or met the threshold for consideration, and there were 4 instances that we found that were not compliant as far as bid law. So when we looked at those items, we tried to figure out, what may have happened related to those in order to formulate an appropriate recommendation. And to the best of our knowledge, we don't have any information as far as that these things resulted in or resulted from just an oversight, that it was custom or there was not an awareness or was a matter of convenience. So we're not aware of any specific reason or, purpose as far as not having adhered. And I believe that going forward in the future that, that the city will be, compliant related to bid law. If you'll flip to page 117, that finding continues, and then the second finding starts. So we did encounter several gap issues as far as, or lack of adherence to generally accepted accounting principles, one of which was considered to be significant, and that was revenue recognition related to tap and extension fees. Revenue is generally recognized when it's earned. Lacking in earnings process, it's recognized to the extent that it matches up with expenditures or expenses. It's not a consideration as far as when revenue is recorded. It does make things complicated sometimes when there's an expectation for expenses and expenditures to match up with revenues. It's not uncommon for what happened at the city to occur. The reason why we felt it warranted a material weakness in relation to controls is the size of the transactions. If we were talking about a much lower number, it wouldn't have risen to this, and it probably would have just been a recommendation of ours. But there were revenues of approximately $3 million that would not have made their way to the income statement. And then there were expenses of $1.6 million that would not have made it to the income statement either. There was a portion of the amount that had been deferred, meaning that they were put onto the balance sheet and would have been flown out in relation to future expenses. But as I mentioned, lacking some earnings process, that's not appropriate or gap to do. Does anyone have any questions related to the two findings?
Yes. Mayor, this is Paul Prince. My cam's not working, so I'm raising my hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cottiglia, regarding the first finding that you discussed, I had looked into this some with our counselor, our legal attorney, and was made aware of some of the interactions that you've had with her and some of the corrective action discussions. Can you make any comment about the corrective action discussions and your view on the appropriateness of that?
We spoke with her, I think, the end of January, early February. As far as I'm not aware of specific changes that have been made or in discussion related to purchasing or what specific steps the city is going to make in relation to these. Certainly we're 6 months into fiscal year 21, and so we haven't looked at anything related to fiscal year 21, or at least for the 6 months that have occurred. But I very much want to work with the city going forward as far as implementing specific recommendations related to this finding, the next finding, and there were a handful of recommendations that we made that are in the governing body letter related to those items.
Okay, it was my understanding that there had been already some exchange about corrective actions. That may be a discussion that needs to take place.
So, Councilor Prince, when we get through with the presentation, I'm going to open the floor up to Aaron and other staff members to address some of the corrective actions. So we'll get to some of staff's recommendations when we get through with the presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I apologize. I'm just having all kind of network problems, so I've turned off the cameras. So I'll go back on mute.
All right. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just wanted to ask if you might be able to, and I apologize. How do you pronounce your last name?
Gatilia?
Gatilia. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gatilia, I wonder, could you take just a minute to explain to folks what the different classifications are? Because you've mentioned material noncompliance and you've mentioned control material weakness. And I think there's like varying degrees, varying levels. And I wonder if you could just take a minute so that folks in the audience might have a better understanding of what those mean as far as degrees go.
Sure. So there are two elements of findings or potential findings as far as compliance. So it would break down into basically a lack of compliance or a non-material versus a material. And then related to control findings, you've got significant deficiencies, which is mentioned in the first section as far as, so you could have a deficiency or a group of deficiencies that could constitute a weakness. And so the idea is that you have something that's lacking in your procedures and controls, whereby the likelihood that a transaction will not be dealt with appropriately per GAAP and will make its way into your financial statements is significant and just presents a significant risk, or that the transactions are so large that you're all the way there, that you've got a material weakness as far as that. Lacking our adjustments or the audit, you would have had an income statement that lacked $3 million worth of revenue and approximately $1.5 million worth of expenses. And so it's just a matter of significance in relation to what the potential outcomes are.
Okay, thank you. So non-material is the lesser degree of issue, material is a higher degree of concern.
Right, in terms of significance or dollar amount.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gatilia, on the first item, you mentioned there were, 35 items and 31 were okay, and there were 4 that seemed to have a problem. Could you give us, I thought I read somewhere in the report, the dollar amounts in those areas. Can you give us a feel, or were they over 50,000 by thousands of dollars, tens of thousands, millions? Just give us a level of how it exceeded.
Sure. So I thought that we had included a little bit or provided some context related to that. I honestly don't know what the precise figure is as far as we're not talking $1,000 over. I believe in 2 of the 4 that we were in $700,000 range as far as, and some of them related to the second issue. The reason why they weren't dealt with is because they weren't put on or recorded as revenue and expenses as far as they canceled each other. And so they wouldn't have been dealt with in the normal course of business. But it was not thousands of dollars. It wasn't tens of thousands. We're talking 100,000 at least as far as beyond the threshold. I can certainly circle back to our documentation and provide very specific information to you.
Okay, I just thought I had seen in there that of the items, at least 2 of them were in the tens of thousands, like 89,000 or 72,000, something along those lines. I do remember with the one item that was in the hundreds of thousands was an issue of the one where they had not had a bid in 2 years, if I remember correctly. Anyway, I just thought it would be beneficial to the audience for them to have an idea for the level of it. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Weatherly.
Just for those that are watching this that are non-accountants, listening to what you've said, Are you telling us that there are millions of dollars that are not accounted for in our bookkeeping, that you found $1 million errors in what we have in the bank and what our numbers are?
It's not so much an error as far as the transactions were recorded. They were recorded against themselves. So it would be almost like eliminating the income statement as far as, and you present an income statement that shows we have tax revenues, we have utility revenues, and then we show the corresponding expenditures or expenses. Rather than do that, the transactions were recorded net of themselves as far as, so you're matching a revenue dollar against an expense dollar simultaneous. And in the event that you don't have something to match, you record a deferral onto the balance sheet as, or so that it could be used in the future when you did have a corresponding expense or expenditure. It's not that uncommon to see, and like I said, it certainly does occur, I would say frequently, but at a much lower level, it's so that things can be kept track of, or the tabs can be kept on things as far as if you have this concept of wanting to match them up. Accounting is complicated in some instances, or counterintuitive sometimes as far as if you're not an accountant, but it would be improper to defer them or net them rather than show them, on the face of the income statement.
Okay, but what you're saying is the money isn't lost. It hadn't been absconded. We're not millions of dollars off in what our balances are. It's just the way that it was recorded is what your problem is.
Yes, and so you would basically, if you had $5 million that was on the income statement as revenues, it really should have been 8. And if you had $5 million worth of expenses, it really should have been 6.5. And so you're talking about something being grossed down. So it's not a matter of that it wasn't recorded, it's just how it was recorded.
All right. So it's a bookkeeping thing. It's not a dollar in hand deal.
Yes, correct, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anybody else on council? All right, Mr. Gutierrez, are you through with your portion of the presentation, or did you have more for us?
I've got one more item that I was going to take a look at, if you'll allow.
Yes.
So if council can scroll to page 67.
All right.
So I'm sorry, well, we'll do 67. So on page 67, we've got the income statement for the city's proprietary funds. And so what I like to do in the event that we've got adjustments, I know that all year long you receive financial information, but now that we've got adjustments, the ball may have moved as far as, and so I think it's useful to look at figures, audited figures as far as expenses and what they mean in relation to your ending fund balance. And so the column that I'm interested in is the second from the right. It's the utility fund column. It's the largest proprietary fund that the city has. And so what we're going to do is take total expenses for the year. And what I've done is subtracted depreciation from that figure. And so we're going to go from 8.1 million down to 6.3 million. We're going to divide that by 12 to come up with an average monthly amount. And when you do that, you come up with $525,000. So on average, during fiscal year 20 in the utility fund, the city expensed or had expenses of about $525,000. When you divide that figure into ending unrestricted net position for the utility fund, which is actually a page over on 66, it's the second figure from the bottom, second column from the right. Again, that figure is 4.89 or approximately $4.9 million. When you do that math, you come up with 9.3 months. As a firm, we recommend that a city or a governmental entity hold in reserve at least between 3 and 6 months. Given that you've got 9, you have a seemingly healthy net position related to the utility fund. what I want to do is the same analysis for the general fund, and to do so is just a quick scroll to page 61.
Okay.
So on page 61, we've got an income statement again for the city's governmental funds. The column that we're interested in here is the general fund. The general fund is the primary operating fund of the city. So same exercise as far as the total expenditures for the year for the general fund were approximately $7.1 million. I'm going to subtract capital outlay because it varies year to year. When you do that, you go down to 6.8 million for the year. Divide that by 12, 570,000. So on average, during fiscal year 20, the city expended $570,000 a month in the general fund. When you divide that figure into ending fund balance, unassigned, which more or less is the last figure in the column, there's actually a few items that are restricted, but it's not material to the figure. When you do the math, you get 8.4 months. So as I mentioned, 3 to 6 is really kind of where you want to be. The fact that you're at 8.4 and for the utility, 9.3. Until you start to approach double digits, there's really not a recommendation. And it's really just kind of a quick and dirty analysis anyways. But what it essentially means is for the city not to take in another dollar of revenue in the general fund, you could exist for 8 months. So 3/4 of a year, and the same would go for the utility fund. Does anyone have any questions about that analysis as far as calculated reserves? So I would just like to thank the city for allowing us at this point to be your independent auditor. I'd like to thank finance for all of their help. Star and Nicole were great this past year. I'm huge fans of theirs as far as, what we get to do as auditors, is look at past results. For them, every day they're, recording transactions, trying to help the city along as far as adhering to your budgets and making things go. So thank you very much, Star and Nicole, for all of your help. Thank you, Mayor. I know that you participated a great deal too. We've had conversations, and the interim city manager. Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions related to anything I discussed, anything related to the audit, at all, as far as I'll do my best to try and answer. I apologize for not having the facts or the exact numbers, close at hand. I certainly will circle back to you, sir, Mr. Sullivan, as far as if you want those figures. I can provide those as far as sometimes we summarize things a little too much, especially when we've got a lot to kind of look at. So.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Great having you all on board for the first time. So. All right. Well, at this point, then I'm going to bring in Ms. Alvetta to address council. Mr. Gattilia, you can stick around if you would like, just in case something does pop up. But Aaron, at this point, you have the floor. Aaron, you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councilor Sullivan was asking some questions with regard to the specific amounts for those 4 contracts for which there were concerns raised. That information was provided to me by Mr. Gattilia's coworker, Mr. Longoria, through an email. And I'll just put this information out so it's there for the public. The specific amounts were regarding 4 different contracts. One for Ameriturf, and that was $57,190.08. All of these, I provided a response to the auditors with regard to my legal analysis of the specific concerns they raised regarding bidding and the competitive bidding laws. So with regard to one of them was Ameriturf, 57,000. S&S Cable Communications was another one. It was $55,973.38. There were questions regarding a set of amounts for Nicholas Scales and Waller County Asphalt. Nicholas Scales was $160,237.85. And these are total amounts of all of the amounts that they were paid over the year, not a single contract per se, but the total amounts, the aggregate. That's what they did, is they looked at the aggregate amount paid to these particular vendors. Waller County Asphalt was $58,276.93. So they, and I'll have a little bit more explanation in just a moment, but I wanted to throw the numbers out there. The last group of the kind of four was Andrew Lee. He was $827,208.86, and then Lance's Lakeside Plumbing at $84,326.87. So let me kind of go in. These were kind of grouped together. The Ameriturf, I provided some information back to our auditor with regard to why the Ameriturf amounts, $57,000 that was spent with that particular vendor, would never have been done as a single purchase. When you're looking at compliance with competitive bidding laws, you have to look at not just what that vendor received as a total amount over a particular period of time, but whether or not the transactions were something that would occur in the normal purchasing practices as a single purchase. For Ameriturf, the purchases were made for materials, things that are used for the golf course to treat the grass. There is never a time where we can determine at the beginning of the year or beginning of a cycle exactly what chemicals or treatment items would be needed to treat the golf course as a whole, because it's very dependent on weather. It depends on what insects or other things would affect the grass, and so you can't predict how much of what particular item you're going to need at any one time. And so there's not a way for us to know at the beginning of the year we're going to need X amount of this particular item or that particular item. It's purchased as it is needed, and so there's not a you can't simply look at the aggregate total to this vendor to say that the $57,000 is in violation of the procurement laws. That's simply not the case for them. For S&S Cable, that project, that company actually had two separate projects for separate purposes that would never have been bid together as a single project. One had to do with getting cable lines to, getting fiber lines run from City Hall to the Public Works building, and the other was a completely unrelated project for boring under 1431 to provide access to that. And so that company provides two different kinds of services. One had to do with providing fiber and the other had to do with boring under. You would have never bid those together. They would have never been part of a single purchase. And therefore, even though the amount was a little almost $6,000 over the $50,000 that is the trigger threshold for a single contract, because they were separate items, they would have never been bid together, and therefore there's no violation of the public bidding laws. With regard to the Nicholas Scales and the Waller County Asphalt items, those items, the issue with this is that there was a misunderstanding with regard to what the, when you look at public bidding laws, different exemptions to the public bidding laws within the government code. There is an exception for certain public works tax projects that would apply to this if the project had been bid, if some of the funds used were received based on special assessments for that specific piece of property. In this particular case, or these cases, there were not specific special assessments for the on the property owner that were used to pay for the projects, and therefore that specific exemption doesn't exist. I've counseled our Public Works Department regarding the use of that special exception, and so the appropriate processes will have to be followed going forward. The last category, which had to do with Andrew Lee and Lance's Lakeside Plumbing, those were job order contracts, set out as job order contracts. There are specific timeframes that you have to work within with regard to a job order contract. You don't want it to, it shouldn't be more than 2 years. You can have up to 3 1-year extensions added to it. This is a situation where the contracts need to be updated. They need to have specific limited timeframes in them. And so this is a paperwork process that we need to make sure we go through to have it documented, where they're to show the contracts that are in place are not open-ended. And so those are the types of things, those are the specific things in the information that I provided to our auditor through Mr. Longoria. I don't know if it reached Mr. Gatalia in due time, but they do have that information on file and know that our either the items themselves were not subject to the public bidding laws, or processes are going to be changed through the city to document more appropriately how these particular vendors are used, so that it's clear what exception applies if one does, and then also that the contracts comply strictly with the requirements that are set out in the government code. I'm happy to answer your questions if you have them.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Savetta? All right, I don't see any questions from council. All right, so we will now move to citizen comments. I will open up the floor. I have Mr. Don Bartholow, who has signed up, and Miss Lori Dick, who has given him her time. So Mr. Don Bartholow, you are recognized and you have 6 minutes.
Okay, back to where we were. I'm not going to the same subject, but I'd like to, I feel like what we're seeing here is kind of what I would refer to as the tip of the iceberg. And my first question to Aaron would be, what action did you take in the past when these violations were pointed out to you? But I know the answer, and here's my biggest part of the problem with this is that I had whistleblowers come to me and tell me about these problems, and you have not addressed the problems that I was told about. So my whistleblower is still confidential, and there are 2 other whistleblowers, one of which is, well, I'm not going to go into all that, but there are problems with the city's procurement process. The bigger problems are who all knew about it and chose to have a city manager who's no longer with us, still alive, but he moved to Tennessee. And that guy left when I guess he chose to. But what my major concern is if the auditors are finding some problems, and I've had problems reported to me, and they're not all exposed. So what do we not see? And that's where I feel like the responsible thing for a responsible city council and mayor to do is to request an outside audit. If you get an outside, not an audit, we've just had the audit from the city. We need an investigation. We need to call for the Texas Rangers to come and do what I've already done. And I can't share that with you guys, but if you have nothing to hide, then you ask for an investigation. The audit has not touched on the big items that I know about, and I'm very much concerned about the bigger items, including the sports complex, which there were many references to possibilities. What happens when you don't go to the fair bidding process is it gives that bureaucrat that is making that decision the ability to choose their vendors and not go to a fair bid process. And when you're choosing from your vendors, there's just a lot of opportunity to be choosing people that are easy to work with, or maybe people that get the job done. Whatever your requirement is, the reason the law exists is because they need to be bidded out, and those are supposed to go before the council. It's not supposed to be one guy's decision. And when we allow that one guy to make those decisions, and then when it's pointed out that that's a problem, and then you have Frank Robbins I've got a recorded conversation with Frank Robbins where he admitted that he had talked to the city attorney and the city manager. And when he talked to these people about these problems, when they had an opportunity to take action, as Frank Robbins did, and if you've heard the recording, you can, I'll share it with anyone that wants to hear it, but you can hear Frank mentioning that he knows about these procurement violations, and it's fraud. It's spending our taxpayer dollars and picking and choosing your contractors, and that leads to friend deals and kickbacks, and there have been plenty of public officials arrested for this. What my intent is to just bring it to light. I would like to see an outside investigation, and for the people that helped in the last situation, they took the city manager and put him in charge of investigating his employee and somewhat himself. And in a 3-day investigation, he found no wrongdoing. In this council, there are 3 people in this council, place 2, 4, and 6, that were not involved, but everyone, including myself, knew about it. And Tim Collins, Arch Davila, Dick Weatherly, Dave Williams, Mayor Ed Tidwell, Aaron Silvera, we all knew about this. Josh Ray chose to take another job, right? He's not in the city anymore, but we still have the problem. And my main concern is that the city does not continue to allow these procedures to go on. And what we have right now is a mayor, a city attorney, a city engineer, and 3 councilmen that allowed it to happen. And they chose to sweep it under the rug instead of doing the right thing. And Frank Robbins is huge on that, because on the tape, he admits he knew about it all, but in public and in front of the other councilmen, he never said a word. And Ed Tidwell, I just don't think he understood it all. But when it comes down to brass tacks, I feel like everyone that was involved needs to not be eligible for a position on the city council or any committees or boards. And I feel like the people that are still sitting that allowed this money, we're seeing the tip of the iceberg. So the people that allowed it to go on need to just, I would think if I was in that position, I would resign, because I don't want to drag the city through it. But, quitting your job and moving to Tennessee does not prevent you from being arrested for your violation. And it's a Class B misdemeanor, so it's not high on the Travis County Attorney's agenda, but it's still taxpayer money. It's still fraud. And the people that are in a position to do something about it are supposed to do something about it before it goes all the way to the authorities that have to do the prosecuting. The prosecuting can come along anytime. You can move state to state, you can do whatever you want. But if you're aware of these procurement violations, Class B misdemeanors, we don't know what we've not been told. But if you're aware of these items, you are accountable, and you're complicit if you allow it to happen. So everyone that's complicit right now, you should be removed from your position. You're going to face jail time and financial fines. So
You're 6 minutes.
I have plenty of stories to tell, and I'm done for tonight, but appreciate the time. And I hope our citizens, I've got solutions. I hope our citizens get involved and hold people accountable, because that's the first step in cleaning up our local government. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is all I have signed up for agenda item. Let's see, let me go back here and make sure. Let's see.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Hold on just a second. I'm looking to see if I have anybody else that is signed up to speak. Dun, dun, dun. All right, that is all that I have signed up at this time. So who had a question or who had a comment?
Jane Brunswick.
All right, Jane, you have 3 minutes.
I'm addressing this to Ms. Silvera. You mentioned two companies. I'm most concerned about our road projects. You mentioned Waller Asphalt and another company, which was what? Aaron?
Yeah, you have comments, Jane?
Yes, you can't hear me?
Yeah.
I'm asking this question of Aaron. There were two companies mentioned in relation to our road projects. One was Waller Asphalt. I'm asking, first of all, what was the other company? Is this the same company? And what was the total amount that should have been bid out?
We're not taking questions right now. We're allowing citizen comments.
Okie dokie.
Anything else? Yes, Mr. Weatherly. You're muted. Mr. Weatherly, you're muted.
All right, somebody needs to say something. Mr. Bartholow gets on here, he makes a whole bunch of accusations. He has not presented one single shred of proof to back up one single accusation that he has made. Everything that has come to this council has been innuendo. It has been unsubstantiated. There was a detailed investigation of every single document that had gone through any department in this city to try to find the things that Mr. Bartholow said was going on. Nothing was substantiated. It was sent to the county prosecutor, to the attorney general, to everybody, and they all said there was nothing there. I'm sorry, Mr. Bartholow can bark up another tree, but this council has done nothing wrong. There is no inappropriate action. The reason that he doesn't know about the bids is because he wasn't there. He missed the meeting.
All right, Mr. Weatherly.
Everything was appropriately bidded. That's it.
If I may, we're not debating that. We are here, we are discussing an audit report. And so we're not getting into debating anything else. We're just council considering whether they want to accept the audit report or not. Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask a quick question of Mr. Catilia, if I could. Mr. Catilia, I'm sure you heard all the comments that have come so far. Is it remotely possible that through your audit, you missed any more violations of the procurement issue?
Could you repeat the last part of the question, sir? When I muted, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sure, no problem. I'm just trying to find out if there's any chance that you guys could have missed any additional violations of the procurement laws, as you know, were referenced by Mr. Bartholow.
We were made well aware of this situation when we commenced our audit in September. And so we've devoted a significant amount of time to this issue, well beyond what we would have otherwise, as far as you're talking about a compliance issue from the perspective of the audit. I mean, so some of the things that have been discussed drift more into matters of criminality, which are outside of the scope of the audit as far as that. I believe we've done what we ought to have done in relation to, we had 35 vendors that we identified as potential matter or areas for non-compliance. We originally had concluded 6, which we came to the city attorney with, and I think she came back and said 4. But we tried to work with her, and I think that we did. As far as, at the end of the day, we're not attorneys. I'm a CPA. And so in relation to doing governmental audits, you're asked to get involved in matters of compliance. So to answer your question, I think, no, not to a material extent, no.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually do have a couple of questions I had written down in my packet that I'd like to ask Mr. Gattilia if I could. Mr. Gattilia, I'm wondering if you could scroll to page 17 in the packet. And while you're doing that, I'll ask my first question. You had a section labeled inventory. In reading that section, essentially, is this section purporting that there are things that might be missing that had been claimed as inventory, or is that not what this is saying? And then I'm going to ask a couple of others, and then if you could just address them. The next section has to do with the purchasing and credit cards and reimbursements for the city travel policy. Does that summary there indicate that when staff are requesting reimbursements for travel and things like that, they're currently not submitting receipts for those? And I think for now, those are my 2 questions.
Okay, sure. I had contemplated discussing these with you in an open meeting, and then decided to wait and see if anyone had any questions in relation to these. These exist more at this point as management letter comments, meaning that they're not so significant or egregious that they warrant being findings. In relation to the inventory, generally when there's a material amount that exists at a municipal entity, it's counted thoroughly as close to year end as possible. And then finance will take that count and do the math necessary to calculate what the ending balance is, and then make an adjustment as needed. We were not able to do test counts in a reasonable time frame in relation to September 30. And so the recommendation is related to inventory. To the extent that the city wants to carry a material balance, it needs to be subject to testing. And so we were not trying to state that there was a significant issue with inventory necessarily, in that it just needs to be, we need to be able to count it, and we need to be able to count it in a timely way. The further you get away from year end, items could be used, items can come in, and so it makes it very difficult to corroborate those figures. And so the discussion was, if you're not going to be able to count them as close to 9/30 as possible, you may want to consider just flowing them through the income statement and not carrying them on the balance sheet. Related to the purchasing comment, receipts are being turned in, but the policy could be improved as far as usually pick one or the other, as far as we have a per diem policy or we have a receipt policy, rather than a combination of the two. And so our concern related to purchasing with credit cards, the travel policy, and the reimbursements is that valid purchases are being made, and that they don't drift into situations where you're potentially paying things that could be construed as payroll. There was nothing that we saw that was egregious or significant. It was just more, we think the city ought to sit down and revisit these policies. The purchasing comment relates to going back and looking at, does the purchase order policy need to be strengthened in relation to, you have a bid law finding, The fiscal policy discusses if you can adhere to or attach to a budget line item. It's not always clear.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilor Mary.
Thank you. I had one other question for you, Mr. Cattilia. Could you comment at all if on the side of the fixed assets, there were any concerns noted?
There's a paragraph actually about capital assets, capital outlay, and the Fund 40 or the capital improvement program. At a default, for most of our clients, we serve as kind of the de facto bookkeeper for their debt and assets. It usually works out better as far as having accurate records. So I don't know that we had, at least not in sum total, a significant issue with assets as to where they were placed and whether they were depreciable or not was an issue. We did have to move a significant amount of assets around and in between funds. One of the things was Otwell House was sold, and I believe it was being carried as a prop asset and really was a general fund asset. It gets complicated as far as when you're dealing with modified accrual accounting. Assets aren't carried at a fund level. It's only through converting to full accrual that they come into existence somewhat. But it was really an administrative issue. And so the recommendation is that it needs to be kept track of better, whether it's us or the city. And certainly we're more than willing to do that as far as where assets are placed. Capital outlay needs to be tracked better from the perspective of the budget. And we would very much recommend that you look at the capital improvement program or the capital project fund, depending on your perspective, and some of that activity be separated into discrete funds so that it has more visibility.
Thank you.
All right, I think I saw, was it Councilor Sullivan? Did you have your hand up a while ago?
I did, Mayor, thanks. I just wanted to make the general comment that I found this audit maybe easier to follow than what the ones I've seen in the past and more detailed. And so I just wanted to thank Mr. Cattilia and his firm. I thought it was well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mayor Paul Prince has his hand up.
Yes, Councilor Prince.
I actually wanted to echo Mr. Sullivan's comments. I am new this year to council, but I spent, over the past couple of years, I spent a lot of time reviewing previous audits in great detail, and I found this audit much cleaner and more understandable, and so I thank you for work well done.
Thank you, sir.
All right, anybody else on council? All right. Well, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the audit.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to accept the audit. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the audit has been accepted by council. Mr. Cattilia, once again, thank you very much for all the work that you have done and your firm. I greatly appreciate it. And we'll see you again in a few months, I guess, for fiscal year 2021.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we shall move into agenda item number 4. Discussion, consideration, Possible action regarding ordinance number 21-03-18-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes Annotated, Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 20-09-17-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending in September 30th, 2021. Amendments to said budgets by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. All right, so in the past, Councilor Davila had brought it up as to whether the city had reached the point where we could justify adding a building inspector to our staff who could also assist with code enforcement. While often close to the break-even point when compared to the amount we were spending on third-party contract inspections, in prior years, the need for additional staff was not consistent. Additional equipment, startup costs, and lack of office space were also factors. During the summer of 2020, we began reaching a volume of permits that would justify a full-time inspector. Absent a lengthier pattern that would suggest that this volume increase was a trend rather than a periodic spike, we were still hesitant to add staff until now. Sufficient time has now proven that the volume of inspections continues to increase, and staff has concluded that this trend will continue absent a drastic change in market conditions. During the current fiscal year, our permit volume and the cost of contract inspections has approximately doubled from what it was for the same period in previous fiscal years. While additional revenue from permit fees covers this cost, it would be both more effective and efficient for a staff member to perform more of these services. Now that we have determined that this pattern will continue, as a point of reference, the city has paid our third-party vendor $99,245 for contract inspections through February 28th of 2021. While the addition of another inspector will not completely eliminate the need for third-party inspections, it could reduce the cost by at least 65%, if not more. As suggested above, an additional benefit of a staff inspector is that they will be familiar with our local ordinances, not just the model building codes, and will therefore detect code violations when they encounter them while driving between scheduled inspections. The base salary range for the building inspector positions range from $46,259 to $71,323, plus benefits and startup costs. The attached budget amendment, Exhibit A, delineates anticipated total expense for the position using the high end of a salary scale, prorated for the remainder of the current fiscal year. It also includes an additional unanticipated budget shortfall for contracted inspections. This item is presented for discussion and possible action. Does anybody on staff have anything that they would like to add at this point? Let me see. Does anybody? No. All right. So we'll go over here to budget amendments. So basically what we're looking at in a brief summary is bringing in staff personnel, adding an additional person to staff that could do building inspections and help with code enforcement, and eliminate our third-party inspector. Basically, we've reached a volume where it now warrants being able to bring somebody in. Council, you have any questions? Yes, Ms. Marion. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, does this mean that we are thinking this position will essentially be cost neutral? Because for the most part, the payroll is going to be made up in savings that the city would essentially get back from not having to hire someone to do this work. And then I also was wondering which third-party inspections would not be included with this position, since it's noted that most would be able to, but not all. And then a question about the salary, and just wondering why, like oftentimes when you're hiring for positions, you go for the midpoint and not necessarily always at the high end. And so I was just wondering if there was some sort of information you could share as to why the high end is being considered and not the midpoint.
So I'll have to defer to somebody on the not included inspections, but yes, as far as the net, yes, it should be cost neutral because of the money that we are no longer spending for the outside inspections. I think the salary range would be determined more when we go to post the position. I think my impression was that it was just presented as a reference for us to look at as far as the dollar amounts for the salary. But I'd have to defer to somebody to discuss what inspections would not be included.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, this is Roy.
Yes, sir.
Actually, we anticipate it to be cost positive, not cost neutral. We're beyond that point, but you know, Star recommended we prorate it from the high point just to be conservative. We don't anticipate hiring beyond the midpoint. You know, one of the things that you know, one of the reasons we know it's cost positive because we have more than inspections right now than what even one more person could do. We have more than 40 hours a week inspections. We'll continue to use that person, but you know, what we're spending right now on third-party contract inspectors way exceeds the cost of another staff member. Even at that 65% reduction, it'll be cost positive. And more importantly, we have enough in a steady stream of enough where we know he's going to be spending 100% of his time out in the field. You know, he'll basically be working out of his truck. We don't expect to see him except at the beginning and the end of the day for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Jamber.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a type of inspection per se. It's a volume of inspections while we will still have to contract some.
Well, there are some specialty inspections relating to the energy code, which we'll still probably prefer to use ATS because of the type of equipment that's required to do it properly. And they'll be selective about that sort of thing, about who does what.
All right. Anybody else? Councilor Davila, did I see your hand up?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to add to what Mr. Jambor has said. I believe that when we look at the figures in terms of what we would be paying for the new inspector, the cost neutral, if you want to look at it that way, would be as of now for the current fiscal year that we're in. So it will be positive over the remainder of the year. Now, I'd like to say that one of the things that triggered my thought along these lines is the fact that we just continue to have more and more issues with building inspections, the number that are having to be covered. Plus, we have an exorbitant number of code violations. And this person that we're thinking of hiring in this position would be someone that could handle both of those two things, both inspections of current construction, as well as being able to write citations for people that violate our code of ordinances. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I really just wanted to follow up and note that I am definitely not opposed to this position. I just had some clarifying questions, but just wanted to make it clear that I think that this is probably a good move.
All right. Anybody else? All right, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to make a comment? Yes, Mr. Paul Roberts.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for recognizing me. I am very happy to see this on the agenda tonight. When I brought this up back in October and November before the council, advocating for and requesting that the council consider hiring someone to help out Roy. I'm just very happy to see it. He needs it. The numbers make sense. And I think now the council needs to get somebody to help Aaron. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Yes, Ms. Jean Jopin.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of wanted to follow my logic. I had made one of the same notes that Councilperson Marion had made with regard to the comment about starting at the high end of the salary scale. That just kind of struck me as kind of a statement that didn't flow in this context to start out at the high end, being such a small city. And yes, I understand they're going to be busy and you have to interview people and get a range of experiences, but if the range is 46 to 71, the logic of making a statement to start off at the high end just didn't flow. I absolutely agree with the need for the position and with the they'll have benefits and so on. So it's kind of a little bit counterintuitive to compare dollar for dollar with regard to the 99 and a contract basis with regard to a salary and all the city benefits. So that just struck me as kind of a twang in the logic, that comment. But I definitely agree with the position.
All right.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
once again, that's just the way that our finance department chairman recommended we do the analysis. If it's justified at the high end, we have no intentions of hiring at the high end. We just don't.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, if that is everyone, this is open for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion that we approve ordinance number 21-03-18-01.
Second.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to number 5. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1879, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing individuals to serve as members on the Charter Review Committee. I believe everybody has seen the list of applicants. I'm sorry. So everyone has seen the list of applicants, and we have our committee chair people who will be making recommendations to council. So at this point, I will turn this over to our Charter Review Committee to make their recommendations.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, you may. Mr. Davila.
Mayor, both myself and Councilwoman Marion have decided that rather than trying to present a slate of people to serve on this committee, that we would each pick 3 people. As our city charter says, the Charter Review Committee must be consistent of at least 3 members and at most 6. So if we go for the larger number, 6, then each of us would pick 3 people. Do we have to have any discussion about this before we actually name the people that we intend to nominate?
I don't believe so.
All right. Then if I may,
I do have some citizens who have signed up to comment, but we'll see, based on your recommendations.
okay,
How that
I'll
goes.
begin. Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin by naming the three candidates that I nominate for the Charter Review Committee. I'll begin with Frank Robbins, um, Paul Roberts, and Gage Hunt.
All right. And Miss
Mayor,
Marion?
do I go now or do I? Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So at this time, I would name the following three individuals: Christina Lucero, Carter Tannehill, and Robert Durbin.
All right, so we've got our 6 nominees. Does anybody on council have any questions or comments? No. All right, let me go to my audience. I have Miss Letha Guy, who has requested to speak on this agenda item. So Letha, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Tonight, the council is going to decide on candidates to appoint to the Charter Review Committee. Since potential charter amendments affect the future of Lago Vista in many ways, careful thought should be given to their selection. Only people of character and high moral standards should be considered, and who will commit to understanding our current charter and how it might need to be revised to better serve the citizens and the city as a whole. The committee should be comprised of people with diverse backgrounds and fairly represent the current demographics of our city, as they are changing, as we all know. While experience is helpful, new voices and their ideas are essential to developing a charter that is reasonable, fair, and ensure good governance into our future. I thank you for the opportunity to have addressed you.
All right, well, thank you. All right, let's see. I have, let me pull this up. All right. I have a comment that was sent to me and asked to be read aloud, which our sign up does allow for in electronic meetings. This is from citizen Lori Dick. Says the purpose of this statement is to express my opposition to Frank Robbins' application to the Charter Review Committee being considered and possibly approved by City Council. My reasons are as follows. On August 7th, 2020, I attended a meeting at the request of Don Bartholow, who was a city councilman at that time. I had no prior knowledge of the subject matter and was asked to be a witness to the meeting as a private citizen. The meeting was attended by Mr. Bartholow, Mayor Tidwell, then Councilman Frank Robbins, and myself. The meeting was recorded with the full knowledge of all present. I did not participate except to listen. It was at that meeting that Mr. Bartholow revealed that he had become aware of procurement violations on the part of the city of Lago Vista. Laws were being broken. At some point in the meeting, Mr. Robbins admitted that he had shared the same concerns for some period of time, even specifically mentioning a job that caused concern because it had been broken into smaller increments to possibly skirt the bidding process. Mr. Robbins indicated that he had attempted unsuccessfully to address the matter with City Manager Josh Ray, and I believe also with the city attorney. He also subsequently did a post on social media making the same admission. In the aftermath of all of this, I was called out on social media by the mayor and received bullying and intimidating emails from the head of the Golf Course Advisory Committee, threatening to have me removed from that committee if I did not present him with evidence that he thought I was holding. Mr. Bartholow was villainized on social media and around town. The city began running interference. Mr. Robbins took down his post and went silent. Calls for an independent investigation were swept under the rug, with City Manager Josh Ray advising that he would investigate the matter himself, which he did, and of course found no wrongdoing. Now, all these months later, the city auditors have confirmed that they too found evidence of these violations, vindicating Mr. Bartholow. In summary, Mr. Robbins admitted on the record that he knew violations were occurring, but when the time came to do the right thing, he chose to protect the city manager and throw Mr. Bartholow under the bus. He allowed the lies about Mr. Bartholow to continue unfettered. Mr. Robbins showed his true colors and exactly where his loyalty was. He allowed Mr. Bartholow to be hung out to dry for caring enough about this city and our citizens to put everything on the line in an effort to right the ship. I have no doubt that given his experience with the city, Mr. Robbins could make positive contributions to the charter review process. However, in my opinion, through this whole sad process, he showed himself to be someone of questionable character whose loyalty is not to the truth and to the citizens of Lago Vista. All right, so that is that letter. I also have a request from citizen Ana Jandro to be read in council. It says, "Dear Mr. Mayor and council members, this is to request that Mrs. Christina Lucero be elevated to the position that is currently open to serve on the Charter Reserve Committee." I believe that should be Charter Review Committee. I feel that Ms. Lucero would be an excellent choice for this position, as she represents a demographic that has an increasing impact on our city and yet is underrepresented in our city government. Ms. Lucero is a mother with a young child enjoying the benefits of the Lago Vista Independent School District, and a professional. She has had the initiative to become active in local issues overseen by our city government and in volunteer organizations that serve the community. I have worked with her directly in her role as treasurer of an organization I preside, and can attest to her dedication, organization, professionalism, intellect, ethics, and character. She has always been eager to provide the benefit of her experience, knowledge, and perspective to effectively move forward on issues that have required calm resolve and measured professional attention. All right. Those are the letters that I have been presented with. That is all that I have signed up to speak on this one. Is there anybody else who would like to address council at this time? Yes, Ms. Jean Jopin.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, and hello, everybody again. I don't know enough about all the people in the on the list to recommend anybody myself other than Miss Christina Lucero, because I think I'm disappointed there's only one woman on it, but it's a woman's perspective I think is very valuable. And Christina has been involved in the city council and the business of the city and proactive in the council meetings and committee meetings and so on. So I think her vision being on this committee would be very, very important. In addition, I just have to say, although historical knowledge is very important, and some of the individuals listed have historical knowledge, I also agree with Ms. Lori Dix analysis and input with regard to her information that she presented. And I would also like to see on this committee new blood, so to speak. There's individuals who are not on additional or multiple committees and so on, and are the council and boards, but are, as has been said, representative of our demographics and the movements in the city, and new vision, new purpose, new eyes. And I think is very valuable, as opposed to same, so to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, at this time, it is open for consideration and action from council. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd make a motion that we appoint the 6 folks that have been named by Councilor Marion and Councilor Davila.
Right.
Second.
Second motion.
I
All right, I
seconded it.
have the motion and I have a second from Councilor Williams. Any further discussion?
Mayor's Paul Prince.
Yes, sir.
I just to confirm, I was trying to do my notes quickly. I want to make sure, Ms. Miriam, would you please repeat the 3 that you had on your list? I'll just make sure I get it right.
Yes, sir. Christina Lucero, Carter Tannehill, Robert Durbin.
Thank you. That's what I thought I had. So I first of all, I want to say of the 14 people who applied for this originally, and then I believe 2 ultimately removed their names from the list, making 12. I personally know all but 3, and it's a great slate of candidates, and I really appreciate everybody who has applied. I think the list of this 6 is a nice cross section. I appreciate the concerns that have been brought forward about Mr. Robbins. I will say that I spent quite a bit of time reviewing the last 2 charter review committees that we had. Mr. Robbins acted as the chair of the most recent charter review committee and did a fantastic job. So I think there's actually a lot of benefit in him bringing some of the history forward of previous discussions and some process. And in my view, the benefit of that outweighs the negative. And so I actually am in support of the full slate of 6 here.
All right. Yes, Mr. Williams.
I think everybody else is new to the charter review, so I mean that is a different mix of people that are actually on the charter review. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I don't think any of them were on the charter review before.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? And all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, Charter Review Committee has been created. Right. Now you're going to be tasked with getting together because all this has to be done within a certain amount of time to get your recommendations to council, final approval, and then we have 79 days, I believe is the mark to be able to get it on the November ballot. So got a lot of work ahead of you. Thank you. Thank you all. And we will go to number 6. And welcome. Those of y'all who are in attendance, welcome to the committee. Number 6.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Number 6, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1880, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing an individual to fill an unexpired vacant term as a member serving on the Economic Development Advisory Committee and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. Mr. Member Clive Rutherford has tendered his resignation from the EDAC, and Council Member Liaison Dave Williams will make a recommendation on his replacement.
Yes. Before I make my recommendation, I would like to thank Clive Rutherford. He served on the committee for a long period of time. He's always added value, and he's just got so busy doing what he's doing that he felt that the committee was in good hands and was moving forward, and he would just help out in different ways. My recommendation for replacing Clive is Russell Murphy. Russell served on the committee before. He had applied his application before, and he's excited about being back on the committee if you all accept. He is a mortgage manager. He's a branch manager for a mortgage company. So he has a lot of experience with finance.
All right. Council have any questions, comments? All right, anybody? Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say that I actually know Russell Murphy and think that he would be a good choice here. Just wanted to voice that support.
Thank you. Anybody from the audience have any comments? All right, Dave, if you would like to go ahead and make your motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 21-18-80, a motion to approve Russell Murphy to the Economic Development Committee.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and I have the second from Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the appointment is confirmed unanimous. And number 7. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the request by Lago Vista Village for an extension of the Chapter 380 agreement for a period of 3 months. The Lago Vista Village ownership would like to request an extension of 3 months to fulfill the duties listed on the current Chapter 380 agreement, which is securing 4 tenants. Per the agreement, first year is August 15, 2019 to August 14, 2020. Council approved 6 months extension on August 2020. That extension extended first year date to February 14th, 2021. The requested 3-month extension would extend us to May 14th of 2021. Due to COVID-19 pandemic slowing down negotiations with potential businesses, Lago Vista Village is requesting the additional 3 months extension to the first year contract so they can secure their 4 tenants. Does anybody, staff, Roger or Eric Zeno, do you have anything to add to this request?
No,
Yes,
Mayor and Council, you pretty much summed it up in the staff summary. The property manager of the village, as you stated, on August 20, 2020, you extended it the first year by 6 months. At that time, he did get a 3rd tenant in that time frame. He was working on a 4th. He did relate to me that a COVID-related issue, I don't know if it's COVID-related on his end or the actual business end, that did have the COVID illness that slowed down some negotiations, but he's very close to signing that 4th tenant.
all right.
If I can add, I've met with the owners of the property. Given the fact of the history of it being vacant for so long, I think it's in Lago Vista's best interest to give the extension because he is working hard to fulfill it, and he does have several people to make up that 4th one, and then he'll meet his needs, his obligations.
Well, and originally when this agreement was put into place, it was to bring businesses to that vacant facility. We do know that over the last year to 18 months, the owners of that facility and Eric Zeno have been working very hard to try and get it occupied by businesses. Go at this time last year, I think we were right at the 4, if not a 5th business going in there.
Yeah.
And of course, we all know what happened, and it just didn't materialize because of the COVID. Now that things are opening back up again, I think we're picking back up, and I agree that, in my opinion, I think extending this is good for both the city and for the facility and for the businesses in there. Council, you have any questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I Just wanted to note that this is the second extension, right? So this would make it 9 months in total. And just wanted to express that while I'm not against it, I do hope that this would be the last time that we would have to extend it. I would be curious, since it has been empty for so long, what the owner is doing to actively recruit businesses into there. But that's really the only comments that I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo what Councilor Marion just said. I was going to make the same comments. I do have one question and one comment. The question is are there any legal restrictions on the amount of time that can be provided, to meet their obligations? And then my comment is 3 months enough? I would echo what Councilor Marion said. I wouldn't approve this again if they came back for another extension. So ask for what you want at this point, and don't come back again, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Aaron, I believe there's more than 1 year in this agreement. And so this is just an extension for the first year. And then beyond that, we'll go into the additional years. So I would be in agreement with y'all that, this is probably the last extension to that first year. And we'll go from here and go into the second year. And as far as the legal timeframes, Ms. Ovetta?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not a legal impediment to adjusting this. This is a 380 agreement. It's an economic incentive agreement that this council has the authority to kind of craft as they wish, of course, with the agreement of the property owner. So there's not an issue with the extending the time frame allowed to meet that initial threshold requirement, so that he can receive the benefits of the 380.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, if I could follow up with you, I didn't realize that there were subsequent years. So does that mean year 2 will begin at the end of this new extended year if we approve this? Okay, great. Thank you.
And refresh my memory, what's the total number of years? Was it 3?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
3 years for the advertisement and 5 years for sales tax rebate.
Yeah. And
keep in mind, I will say this, in addition, if you look at the owner's performance criteria, section 4.3, the owner would designate at least 95% of the annual tax rebate towards marketing the facility in the city of Lago Vista within the next fiscal year. So it's still a benefit to the city if he gets his 4 tenants.
Yes. So I guess really when we're looking at the extension, it's what is our end date that we're kind of looking at, not necessarily a begin date. So this would be looking at
the end date is 5/14/2021 if you grant the extension.
Right. So that would put it to May of 2024. Looking at our growth potential over the next 3 years, I think that is a good time frame. 3 years. Councilor Davila.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. This is really just an aside, but I thought it might be interesting to point out that the Lago Vista Village would be a great place to bring an urgent care center to Lago Vista, which is something that I think we all would like to see at some point, and hopefully not too distant in the future. As you probably know, but a lot of people don't know, is that Eric Zeno has been in contact with Retail Strategies and a manager named Chris Montrage. We've had some ongoing conversations about the possibility of attracting an urgent care center, which is, I think, something that's really needed here. That particular place would have the ability to allow ambulance service to come in, which is one of the big downfalls of one of the big obstacles that are met by people that have these kinds of services. I think this is something that's really needed in this city, and I would encourage Mr. Zeno to reach out again to Mr. Montrage and see if he would be willing to talk to the people at Lago Vista Village about the possibility of bringing an urgent care center there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else on council have any comments?
Paul Prince.
Yes, sir.
Just a point of clarification, since I did have some exchanges with Mr. Zeno and read through the 380 development agreement. This is kind of for the benefit of the public, and Mr. Zeno can correct me if I get anything wrong here, but what they need to deliver as their part of the bargain is 4 tenants in the first year, and they've already said, you know, let us have 6 months and now 9 months additional to get that done. That's what they would deliver to begin with. And then following that, as I understand it, their only deliverable after that is to spend the vast majority of the money that they get as part of the 380 agreement back on marketing. So basically, the money that we give to them, they use to market and just be more successful. And what we would be giving to them, so what do they get out of the deal? They get a reduction in, or a rebate on ad valorem tax. So a portion of 25% of the ad valorem tax goes back to them. And I say all that because I don't think that's in the packet, and I think citizens will be interested in that. That 75% of the ad valorem tax that the city would have collected will still come to the city. 25% will go back to the owner of the complex, and they will spend the majority of that, actually 95% of that money on marketing, which should bring more business in, which brings more tax, which is all good for us as well. So I view this as a good thing, and I'm in favor of it.
And to piggyback on that, I think the agreement, I mean, it was put in to help the owner of the facility, but it was also directed at the businesses themselves, because in addition to what it does for the owner of the facility, it provides relief on sales tax for any of the businesses that move in there. So places like Wild Navy, right now, because the parameters have not been met, they're not reaping the benefits of this, but they would once the parameters of the 380 agreement are met. So it would, you know, it would help the businesses in there, especially if they're retail. You know, the urgent care, quite important, but it wouldn't necessarily benefit them directly as far as sales tax. But so it's not just for the facility owner, it's also for those businesses that we would like to see out here and in that facility. So.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And in fact, I think I misstated when I said 75% of the tax would come back to the city. That's not true. 25% would go to the owner of the building, and an additional portion would go to the individual shop owners to cover a portion of their utility bills. Is the way that I understand the agreement.
Correct.
All right. Anybody else, council?
No, I'm in favor of it also, Mr. Mayor.
Does anybody in the audience have any comments? All right. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. It's open for action.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to extend the contract for Lago Vista Village on the Charter 380 agreement for a period of 3 months.
Second.
All right. I believe it was Mr. Sullivan that got the second, and so I have the motion by Mr. Williams and the second by Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we go to number 8. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a construction contract for Sunset Park bathroom facility and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. I'm not going to read through the whole executive summary. We addressed this at the last council meeting. And if I'm wrong, y'all can correct me, and we can readdress this one. But I was under the impression that we are going to look at the park, the funding that we have set aside for the park, including the bathrooms. And I have that down. Matter of fact, I've told y'all for some timeframes. I have that down for us to have a work session on this in that first week of April, so that we can address all of our concerns regarding the park, not just the restrooms. And I believe this is on the agenda because there has been a bid and we have to take action on it, whether we want to accept the bid or if we want to decline the bid. So I believe that is why it's on there. So if y'all are wanting to consider this, let me know and I'll read the whole thing. Otherwise, I think that's why this is on here. And Councilor Marion, you have comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you for stating what you just stated, Mayor, because I actually was going to make a motion that we just deny this because that's my recollection from the last meeting. And for me, at least, I'm not ready to move forward to take any other action on this bid with so many questions still pending, LCRA and the septic system being kind of chief among them. So I actually would make a motion that we deny the motion to award the construction contract for the Sunset Park bathroom facility.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that because I'm going to allow other council members to make some comments and maybe some citizens out there. So hold that thought. And
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Williams.
if the only thing that we could do is accept or deny, is there nothing, can't we just postpone and wait for our workshop and see what comes out of our workshop and then see if after the workshop?
I believe there's time restraints involved in
I
this.
got
So
you.
it's one of those new state law things. We've got 45 days from February 2nd. And so we are right there.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor, this is Eric. If council does make a motion to deny, if you could please add behind it and reject all bids, quote unquote, so that's all inclusive. I did provide some other information on there, and then we ultimately with STAR ended up figuring out what in the world happened, and along with Roy and Aaron. So we do have all that information for the next council meeting when you guys are ready. And I did at some point I did give an update over with the Parks Committee, and so they did got a little bit of a preview on what we're going to be talking about.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Council comments, questions? All right, does anybody from the audience have any comments? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, citizens. I agree with Shalane. We don't have any type of a determination from the LCRA. What if they decide they want to see that leach field doubled in size in the event of, say, a large festivity like a Lago Fest or something being held there? There have been a lot of questions. Parks and Rec is diligently working on that as best they can. I'd also like to add that I was at the midday chamber meeting this past Wednesday in which the mayor of Jonestown was speaking. And he brought something up that I thought was really interesting that I want to share with you guys. And it's that they bought an event trailer for bathrooms. that they're using at that park. And I'm not by any means suggesting that as an alternative to this in the long term, but it could be a temporary solution for bathroom facilities. And maybe there's some other viable option for incorporating something like that at a much lower cost. But anyhow, I think the council should vote to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to comment on that, yes, we have considered portable bathrooms as a temporary fix, similar to the showers that we had out here during the winter storm, except it would be bathrooms. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on that same meeting that Mr. Roberts just referenced, and just some additional information. I believe what they indicated was that event trailer had 5 stalls on the women's side and 3 stalls and 2 urinals on the men's side. So significantly more than what we're talking about putting in. And I believe he said they bought it for $45,000. So I'm hopeful that at our workshop that we can have some wide-ranging discussions about options, and this could be something that would be beneficial to the city and less expensive.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something?
All right, real quick. You're only supposed to be able to speak once, but go ahead.
Well, that's okay, sir. It's not material for this vote, so I'll withhold. Thank you, anyhow.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? All right, I will circle back around, and Miss Marianne.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just make a motion that we reject all bids relevant to the award of the contract for Sunset Park bathroom facility.
Second.
All right. Does that cover all the ground, Ms. Salvetta? Rejecting all bids? All right. So I have the motion and I have the second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, all bids have been rejected. Unanimous. And we shall move on to number 9. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding library expansion project. Current contractor has agreed to add our MEP, which I know the E is electrical, but I don't know what all the M and the P are, as an addition to his scope of work for an additional $13,600. We have the information in our packet as far as what it would cost for the MEP engineering design. But what I'd like to know is, where are we at on this project? As far as moving forward, this 13.6, is it part of will it be included in the budget that's already been approved? Or is this something that's going to have to come back as a possible budget amendment, or what's the funding sources on this 13.6 here? Someone address that for me.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a couple comments, and Roger or Roy may have additional. So initially, y'all set a budget for this particular project. Because we're not able to secure a contract with the original contractor, this project will have to go back out for bid. The work that you're approving is simply for the design part of the process. We could take that 13.6 out of the pre-approved or the budgeted amount for the project. What may end up resulting, depending on when you get your bids back for the revised project, the scope is not changing. We just have to have this remaining design work done. It may come back at the same or a lower number than what you got before, but it could also come back at a higher number. And so there is the potential that you may have to consider a budget amendment for this project. We don't know yet, but the funds for this particular piece could be taken from your budgeted amount for the project as you had previously approved it. We have to wait to see what the bids look like once we get the design work done and then put it out for bid for the contractor to actually do the construction.
All right. Well, we can't go to bid until we have this portion, right?
That's right. We have to have this so that we have a full bid, have the full set of documents that we put out for bid. This is the last remaining piece before we can put it out for bid.
Okay. Council, questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
I was just going to add, Mayor, I believe the MEP is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing.
There we go. I knew it was along those lines. I just couldn't recall in my brain what they all stood for. Thank you. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, and I appreciate Aaron adding to the conversation, because one of the questions that I have is, I suspect that construction costs have probably risen quite a bit since this original bid was put out. It's probably a safe bet that likely it's going to come back higher this next time that we bid the work out. So I'm wondering about that. I suspect it's going to take a lot more money. But the original bid, if I'm not mistaken, was for the library expansion and the city hall expansion. Is that still what would be rebid the next time, or are we now just talking about a library expansion?
It's all one project. The expansion project involves an addition to the library and an addition of space that would then become your new council chambers. And so it's both. It does not affect the existing city hall in a significant way, meaning there's no renovations to an existing city hall that would be included as part of the project. It simply would give us the new space, city council chambers, bathrooms, and new library space. That's what the scope of the project has not changed in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, Paul Prince.
Yes, Mr. Prince.
And by the way, I'm clicking the raise your hand button. I don't know if you can see that on there, but since I can't physically raise my hand.
No, I've tried logging in 2 different ways, and for some reason I can't.
All right. No problem. I'm looking at the budget book, and so I just wanted to get a little sense of where we are. So in the budget book, and this is in the capital improvement program way back on page 238 of the budget, the estimated expenses for this project last fiscal year, were $7,130. So we spent, a tiny bit last year. The approved project amount for this year was $784,464. And my question is, and I don't need an exact number, but approximately with this spending, where will we be on how much of this year's spending we've already committed or executed? I mean, have we spent, essentially zero so far? Are we several $100,000 into that amount? Or can someone from staff give me an approximate number of where we are? Because once we do this, my understanding is we've got the architecture and engineering design work enough to then go get a bid to find out how much we're going to spend. And to Councilor Marion's point, that may well be a much larger number given the state of cost of materials and labor these days. So I want to know how far into it we are with this engineering design work.
All right. My understanding is the plans that we had were already in existence from the previous bid that we had put out. So the engineering that was involved, the architectural stuff up to this point was not very much. So the 7,000 covered that portion. So that's where we are at right now. We have not dipped into any of that 784. And that was the question that I was bringing. This 13.6, do we take it out of that 784? So that's basically if we use some of that 784 to pay for this, what we have remaining is roughly 770, 771, right around there. going out for bids. Will we be under that 770 or not? And if not, at that point is when we would be looking at a potential budget amendment or changing or something. But right now we should be, as far as I understand, we are only in it for the 7,000 that we had budgeted for the engineering.
That's right. That's correct, Mr. Mayor. That's my understanding as well, unless there have been other amounts that Star would know about. But we haven't done any work on this project at all because we needed to get this MEP piece done. We had to find someone or have our architect find someone, get a number, have them get bids, have a number, not bids, but proposals, get a number, bring it to you to get it approved because it does add to the amount that we would use for this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Mayor, this is Roy. Mr. Caperton did do some minor revisions. If it were me, I'd have sent you a bill, but he chose not to.
Don't tell him that. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping that you could help with understanding timeline. Let's say that we approve this tonight. Do we know how long it'll take to do the MEP design work? And then when would that make us be able to go out for bid? And then, you know, when would we be evaluating bids? Do we have a rough feel for what those dates are?
I could guess, but I'll let Roy answer it.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on their availability, but I would guess 30 days would be plenty.
And so they would bring that back, and at that point we could go out for bid. That would be another 30 to 45 days, and then we'd be evaluating bids.
Yes, sir. Now you may choose, because of the bidding climate, to manipulate that date. Okay. That's something that you have to look at before you put it out to bids. You want to be out there when there's not a lot of competition with other jobs being bid. That doesn't help your prices.
When is that going to happen in the next 20 years in this area?
Well, I mean, the architects should know. They have industry literature that they can review, and your architect will tend to say, don't bid on this date. There's 4 other bid openings on that date. Go a week later.
Okay, so that's something that,
yeah, it's that kind of minor manipulation that he should be able to help us with.
So that's something that could potentially come back with the MEP work?
Right. And when he's through, we'll ask Jerry to look at the industry, you know, look how many projects are out there and the bid schedules in the area and get his recommendation. But you do kind of look at that if you're shrewd enough.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mr. Jambor.
And we need to be. Anyone else? All right. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this? I think I see Ms. DeVoe's hand. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask, so far for all the plans and everything that's been drawn up, we've only spent $7,000 towards an architect. That's it. So that metal frame building, and then I wanted to ask, does that fit in, what is it, the city's, you know, where it says like what the city's supposed to look like? Does that building fit into that report that we paid for? And what kind of architecture you should be using in that downtown area? Because there actually is some pictures in, I can't remember what the thing's called, the city something or other. Anyway, not the charter, but anyway. But, and then once this, okay, so they only paid $7,000 for the architectural plans, but now it's going to be double that to get just the mechanicals and the electrical drawn up. I'm a little puzzled if the same guy's doing it. Why is he now charging us double to do, you know, the electrical and that? So that's my only point. Thank you.
Okay, so what the document you're referring to, I think, is the comprehensive master plan. And yes, we have made sure that the architectural style will fit the area. There was a lot of work put in with the library staff and everybody to make sure that it fits. The reason that you see the prices the way they are is because the original building was a design build steel frame building. So there wasn't a whole lot of engineering that had to go into a metal frame building. So, you know, he was able to design that part of the engineering based on a metal frame building. So it wasn't that expensive. Now, had he been doing it, you know, from scratch, that 7,000 probably would have been quite a bit more, and only the MVP would still be the 13.6, but it would be more expensive. So by going with the type of building that we have, you know, the original engineering was just not that much. So that's why you see the price the way it is. Anybody else? All right. I saw, Mr. Roberts, I see your face pop up. Did you have something? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And hopefully I don't get any tomatoes thrown at me for saying this from my fellow citizens, but I feel like our library, I don't know that a bigger library is really needed right now, so much as more city offices. I feel like the urgency is really in expanding City Hall as opposed to library. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, the expansion is supposed to take care of both of that.
I understand, but I feel like that was kind of it's possible that when that was originally thought up was a way of selling it to the public. It's a way of getting the city office square footage for city office needs expanded by expanding the library and making them synonymous with one another. Whereas I think the real need is for expanding City Hall and perhaps a remodeling of the library and better utilization of what we have there. But I haven't given this a lot of thought. It's just an initial, just a gut feeling. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Jean Chopin.
Not to, thank you, Mayor. Not to make it any kind of a controversy, but just my thoughts as from the public opinion sort of purview is that since our high school no longer has a library and it's enlarged, I guess the middle school may be being phased out as well, which I think is a crying shame, but we still have the city library, and especially with more movement coming in and younger families coming in, I just think the library is very important, and we don't have to sacrifice one for the other. It was wise to incorporate it in because Lago is growing, and I think a library is very important. It may not be tangibly important, but it's very important to the culture of a city.
And it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because a lot of the high school kids now have to come to our library because they don't have one in the high school. So it gets used quite a bit by high school students. So
yeah, I literally cried when I heard 3 years ago that there was no library in our school. It literally made me cry about that missing aspect in our school system. It was sad. So thank you.
oh. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. If that is everybody, I will entertain a motion for number 9. Oh, my time's up. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Council Sutherland.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion that we approve this addition of 13,600 for the architect to do the MEP work for the library and City Hall expansion.
Second.
All right. I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we're on number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding concession services agreement with Dustin and Chelsea Martin doing business as the Bunker Bar and Grill. They have sent a letter to us requesting a reduction in rent. And it has the, let's see here, has their letter explaining, are they in attendance at all? Dun, 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 dun. I do not see them. All right. So they have sent this letter. Bunker is formally requesting that rent be reduced to $2,000 a month. In the proposal I sent out to operate the facility, $2,000 was the amount I proposed for monthly rent, which was then approved by the committee who chose the new operator. When Josh and I negotiated the contract, this is what I agreed to, along with if the utility bills increased more than 20% while I was in the building, I would pay the excess utilities. There's no evidence of this negotiation except for the proposal I originally sent the city. This $2,000 rent is what I believed I was signing when I signed the contract on November 6th. The only paper I saw the day of signing was the signature paper, and I signed that in front of a notary. I was told that I would receive the lease via email. Still haven't received the lease. Once I signed, this locked me into a $2,050 a month lease, which the previous two operators were under, but I did not agree to. There is no reason why I would volunteer an additional $850 per month when my $2,000 rent was approved by the committee. I did make a mistake by not looking over the lease when I signed, but as previously stated, I thought I was signing the lease for $2,000 a month. If I would have been given the lease back in November, I would have made this request sooner. To date, I have invested $16,200 in liquor license, $20,000 for point of sale, new kitchen equipment, new decorations for space, $5,000 for a new beverage cart, $15,000 to $20,000 minimum operating costs a month. With these expenses, I have definitely gone into a significant deficit in the first few months. Sales will increase now that I've acquired the liquor license and summer is approaching. I want to continue to operate and have a great working relationship with the golf course and the city. I will extend my lease to 24 months or even 36 months if this will help to ensure the city have a dedicated and lasting tenant. The restaurant is succeeding and my wife and I are excited for the future of this space. The reduced rent will go a long way to help with the startup costs and to keep us succeeding in the future. Dustin Martin, owner. They're not in attendance. I would like to ask them some questions because a committee does not approve anything. They make a recommendation to council as far as the proposal. So I'm confused why they would think the committee approved anything other than making a recommendation to us for the operation. I know when it came to us, the contract was for the full $2,850. I believe we granted them, instead of a 12-month lease, we gave them 14 months, and the first 2 months were reduced that allow them to get on their feet and going. I'm trying to look through it because I don't remember the amounts off the top of my head for those first 2 months.
$400 for the first 2 months, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. So anyway, this is where we're at. This is their request. Questions, comments from council? Oh, does anybody from staff have anything to add before I open it up to council? No? Okay. Council, you have any questions, comments, thoughts? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we left it was proposed to give them an additional 2 months and start at 400, but we decided not to do that. I believe we left it at a year and just gave them the first 2 months at 400. On top of that, I would comment who signs the lease without reading it. My next comment would be the full contract was in the packet for the 11/5/2020 council meeting, and it had the 2850 amount in there. So it was there for everybody in the world to see that was the amount. So I say all these things just to kind of give the city side. I am solicitous to their situation there. That place has been difficult to operate and make money. So I want them to be successful, but I don't believe that we bamboozled anybody or pulled any wool over anybody's eyes with regard to the amount in the contract and that kind of thing. I will make one last comment and I'll cede the floor to the other council members. If we were to do something, I would suggest, because I don't believe they got their liquor license until maybe sometime in February. If I remember correctly. If we're to do anything for them, I'd suggest we extend the $400 rent for another month or two, but leave the rent the same for the rest of the time period. I would not extend the lease period. I think that's just as beneficial to them as it is to the city, because we've had so many people fail in there. I mean, I don't think we should try and tie them up any longer. Let's be successful with them to start. And then if we need to sign a new lease at the end of that, let's do that. And I'll stop. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of clarification, the agreed amount for the first 2 months was $450 a month, and it was for the months of November and December of 2020. So they had 2 months at $450, and then the remainder at the $28.50. So.
And if they paid us $2,000 for January, February, correct, and $28.50 for March.
He's in arrear for $1,700.
Right, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The first one, has someone communicated with the Martins claim here that they had this verbal agreement with Josh Ray? Has anyone reached out to Josh Ray? And if so, I'm curious what he had to say. And then I was just going to comment, as far as the startup costs go, they own another restaurant. I would think they probably have some idea of what startup costs for a restaurant might include, particularly if they're going to be selling liquor. I don't know if part of the selection process included them taking a walk of the facilities, but they could have gauged from that walk of the facilities what they might need in order to get the business up and running. So I'm just not sure that I would necessarily believe that these costs were a complete surprise to them. And then I think the only other thing that I would say is that we're in the middle of the lease, and I don't know that right now I would be in favor of modifying the lease. If something changes later on, perhaps negotiations could take place before an extension or a new lease is signed, but not necessarily in favor of doing that at this point in time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Chan.
In answer to Councilwoman Marion's question about reaching out to them, I did have a meeting with them, and he gave me his first full amount check. He's in arrear for $1,700. We talked about his understanding of the lease agreement, and he claims that when he met with the former city manager, they had an agreement written on the back of a contract. I said, if you could show me something tangible in form of a contract, I'd be more than happy to entertain it. He then called Josh, and Josh denied that that deal was ever made.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Williams.
I also called Josh to verify that it was always the 2850. And he definitely said that the contract was negotiated at the 2850 with the reduction for the first 2 months of the year.
All right, and I did go back and look at it, and Councilor Sullivan, you're correct. It was still just 1 year. We just reduced. We didn't make it a 14-month thing. It was just the first 2 months. So we're now 5 months into the 12-month contract. So I don't know if are they asking going forward, or are they asking for the 850 to be taken off the month of March as well? They didn't pay that extra 850 in January or February.
Right. My understanding is they are asking it to go retro, to erase his 1700 debt.
Okay.
But to pay that 2850 moving forward?
No, he wants to maintain 2000 from that point forward.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So basically, we'd be forgiving the 1700 plus another 850 for the month of March. That's 2550 there, and then you know,
Yeah,
so basically, he'd basically have no rent due for April and something like that. But no, I guess it would be half. I don't know. I've lost track of my math. So yes, Mr. Councilor Williams.
I would agree with Kevin that he did not receive his liquor license until February, sometime in February. But other than that, you know, the 2850 was always a solid number. And I never heard any other number other than the 2850.
All right, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I would say is I'd be amenable to foregoing the 1700 that they owe, but that they pay 2850, you know, for the rest of the lease as is required by the lease. That'd be about the extent to which I think I would be willing to give any kind of give on that.
That's kind of the lines I was thinking. Anybody else? Yes, Councilor Prince.
So certainly small businesses and restaurants are important to us. And, you know, I think as Mr. Sullivan said, we definitely will obviously want them to succeed both in this restaurant and the other restaurant that they have in town. And we appreciate the contributions that they're making. So you know, I think something that is a show of good faith here, a goodwill, is appropriate. The contract is pretty clear that it's 2850, and it's, you know, it's unfortunate apparently that in the review of the contract, both originally when he signed it and then later on when we gave the reduction for the first 2 months, the owners didn't notice the amount that they had signed up for. But so I would suggest we're pretty far into the year at this point. I think we're, you know, as a 12-month contract, if I'm doing my math right, we're 5 months into a 12-month contract. And it would seem to me very appropriate, you know, if he wants to come back for the second 12 months and make his case of why 2850 is not an appropriate number, you know, let's have that discussion. But at this point, I don't know that we've seen anything relative to, you know, what his revenues are that would say 2850 is unreasonable or 2850 is perfectly appropriate. I don't know. So I kind of am in the space of where you guys are headed, that, you know, maybe it's appropriate to say, well, forgive the 1700 that's overdue for, I guess it would be January and February, but retain the 2850 through the remainder of this 12-month contract.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Marion? Your hand going up.
Yes, Mayor, I'm still just personally not super comfortable with this. He signed the contract, the amount was in the contract. Other details may be less relevant. A couple of the things that he noted here in this document are apparently in communicating with other folks not true. I'm not as inclined to forgive that rent, not because I don't think we should work with our small businesses, yes, but we have other businesses that have been in there and we haven't always been as forgiving. So I feel like he signed the contract. We should finish out this contract and then come back and renegotiate later. Should the need for that arise.
All right. Anyone else on council? Yes, Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm inclined to believe that COVID-19 really affected his ability to conduct his business as he intended. So I would be in favor of what others have said, which is to forgive him the $1,700 that he's behind, and then go ahead and insist on the $2,850, which is what he signed for. I think that would be more appropriate than taking a hard line, because we've had some issues with prior people that rented that space and operated a failing business. That's thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on council? All right, is anybody in the audience who would like to comment? Yes, Ms. Jean-Jopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some thoughts, some of it been expressed, but I have a couple of questions. My first question is, do they have, please don't answer afterwards, I have to say it all because my 3 minutes will pass. But it would be, do they have a Chapter 380 agreement for any other amenities that the city has allowed? Also, have we seen his revenues? Do the city see what if he is evidence that he is really struggling? Because we all know how the COVID has had extreme negative effects on the ability for businesses to maintain viable businesses as regards revenues and anticipation of expenses. Anticipation of expenses has not been a consistent thing in the last year. And I think that it would behoove the city to be flexible with regard to having this viable business here and helping them to be successful. People do make mistakes. And it seems that the city has given significant various allowances in other avenues, and that this would be a relatively small thing to do, even if it was for like 5 months for the 2,000 and then renegotiate and see that his revenues have gone up significantly, because we're reaching a tipping point here with regard to COVID. So let's give him a chance to be in the black instead of in the red. And I think it would be a very minor level of flexibility for this city, giving so much other that we have given. That's my input. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And no, he does not have a 380 agreement. No, we have not seen his revenues. The only thing we do know is that the golf course has been doing exceptionally well this year.
Yep.
And, I can only imagine listening to the golfers when they did not have anything in there, how badly they were looking for something in that facility. And now that it's there, I'm quite certain they're using it. But that's all we really know right now. We don't know actual numbers. Yes.
Perhaps it would be worthwhile to find those numbers.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Roberts. Yes.
I defer to Aaron.
Just one point for thought. We did previously with a prior company who was there providing these same services, our contract was structured differently, and it was based on a percentage of the profits. Part of the rent was based on the percentage of the profits. So, you know, if the company really is struggling and wants to renegotiate the contract to have it be based on their proceeds, then, you know, that's certainly something that council can consider. It's just not the way the current contract is structured. It has a set amount. So for our council members, you know, if you come back to us with something and that is something you want to see, it would give you an idea of, you know, how well or not well they're performing and doing if the contract is structured differently. So just food for thought for future negotiations.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Roberts.
You know, I think I agree with Councilman Sullivan's comments and take and assessment and suggestions. I agree with all the comments, but I'm just going to, without opinion, I'm going to cite one fact that I think the council should consider in the totality of this. And I'm looking at the PPP loans of everybody in the country right now who received less than $150,000, and Lago Quality Foods received $30,407 in PPP loans. So any adverse impact from COVID certainly could have been mitigated to some degree by virtue of the PPP loan for $30,407. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
If I may, though, Mayor, this is not Lago Quality Foods that we're talking about in this discussion.
Right. Right. This is the bunker. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, and actually, it's been surprising because I agree with almost everything everybody has said at this point. I don't have any sympathy for a businessman that doesn't read his contracts or doesn't hire a lawyer prior to signing one, in particular. And as you all know, I think there's problems with this particular contract. Even if he'd have showed up at that council meeting, there was a big discussion about this agreement. But none of that really makes all that much difference. The big question is, and Mayor, you touched on it, do you want a restaurant at that place or not? This is the fourth place in a row that has failed, that at least the fourth place in a row that failed. I don't know who was in there before the American Grill or Grill Girl or whatever it was called, but you know, they've all failed. So either the rent's too high, the revenues are too low, but there's going to have to be some sort of an appreciable change if you want to keep a functioning restaurant in there. And it may be a situation where you bite the bullet, and whether you do it with these people or the next ones, you bite the bullet, you have rent low enough so that somebody can get in there, get going, make some money, and it would be too expensive for them to leave. Then you can bring it up to a marketable rate, but or put some sort of escalation in the agreement. But whether you do that through renegotiation with these guys or the next group, you need a better agreement, because the agreement you have is still questionable as to whether it can be enforced or not. The only thing that the agreement says you can do to them on default at the moment is to terminate the agreement. It doesn't even say you can collect rent for the rest of the lease. So, you know, you have a chance to clean something up. It's whether or not these guys go broke and leave, or whether you do it now. I could care less. The last time I ate there was at a city appreciation dinner. So it's not like I frequent the place, but at some point, you're going to have to look and say, take a hard look and say, we must, if we want something to succeed there, we're going to have to make it easier on them. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chan.
If I might, I'm a fourth generation classically trained French chef. I've run Maxime de Paris, and I've run a food truck in Jonestown. So I know most of these guys from being in the industry. This particular venue, the reason why you have so much difficulty finding a good person is because in the industry, it's called a loss leader. A loss leader is a service that you must provide, but you don't have it as a profit center. The only way you can make money on a loss leader is if we take it back and run it, because it's only two people that run it. So essentially, Chris could manage it. He's managed a full clubhouse before in his former place where he worked. And I've been coaching him pretty much on a daily basis on the business aspect of that. And he's willing to take it over. As long as we keep getting outsiders, the numbers just don't add up. And you'd have to be a pretty darn rookie not to see that. However, if we run it as a business for the city, it can be profitable. Extremely limited menu, only two people running that thing, and it pretty much runs itself. It's when you get beyond what it can be naturally is when we get into trouble. The idea that it's going to be some fancy restaurant, no. When you're playing golf, food, a good burger, good hot dog, some good drinks is all you need. And it's doable. We have options.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll bring it back to council and it is open for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion that we forgive the Martins the $1,700 they owe for January and February, but that we maintain the rent at $2,850 through the balance of the lease.
Second.
All right, so I have the motion and the second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. And we go to agenda item number 11. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the purchase of the half strip of property located at 20813 Peacemaker Trail. City manager was instructed to sell surplus land comprised of 20-foot strips between adjacent properties. Stated property is one of those. The buyer had issues with ownership on their side, as well as specific lot size and description. All issues have now been answered satisfactory. Council previously agreed to sell such sites at $1.40 per square foot. This site is 2,399.5 square feet. And the sale price would be a total of $3,275.30. And if my memory serves me correctly, and it may not, council was going to move forward last session on this, but we didn't have the square footage. So now that we have got the details, it has come back. The property owner or the applicant is ready to purchase this property. Anybody on staff, any additions, any clarifications on that? All right, questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Sorry, Mayor, I had too many windows open. I just used my calculator and did $1.40 times the square footage in the thing, And I get a different number than what you said. I got a number of $3,359.30. That's $1.40 times 2,399.5 square feet.
You know why that is?
Yeah.
That's
Why's
because
that?
I accidentally typed in the square footage of 2,339.5 instead of 99.5.
Okay.
Oh, my
So
math.
it is.
Yeah,
It
so let me
would
see.
be 3,003.
4 times 2,399.5. Yes, 3359.30.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to
Thank you
confirm.
for catching that.
Oh, you bet.
Searching the DBA. Sorry.
All right. Anybody else? Comments? All right. Does anybody from the audience have any comments? All right, I'll bring it back to council. It's ready for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion that we sell the strip abutting 22813 Peacemaker Trail to the petitioners in the amount of $3,359.30.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and a second by Councilor Weatherly. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are up to number 12. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the 380 agreement with Lago Property Development LP. This was brought to us way back when they were doing the development agreement, but the actual 380 was never considered by council. It was just included as something that they would come back to us with. We're at that point where they are now bringing it back to us. I have some clarification that I need on here, because the way I understand this, the 380 agreement that they are asking for would be the hotel occupancy tax rebate until they pay for their water and wastewater infrastructure that they're putting in.
Pretty much.
That's 2.3. Tax abatement effective date shall end when the owner is reimbursed for the water and wastewater facilities constructed by the owner. What I don't recall, was there an estimate tied to that? And then another question I have, I want to say, where was it? 3.1, Article 3 term. The agreement will be enforceable upon the effective date and will terminate 20 years after the first Chapter 380 payment is received. Can you explain to me the end date versus the enforceable date? Somebody?
So enforceability of the enforceable date has to do with enforceable against us and them, meaning it's equivalent to the effective date, meaning that's when the clock starts ticking. You may execute the actual document tomorrow, today, whenever, if you approve it, but you want to look at when that clock starts ticking. Because essentially right now, in theory, they could start putting infrastructure in, but they haven't been given they haven't received all the approvals for their particular project. As you've seen, this project's come in front of you a couple of times. They got the annexation part done. The zoning piece is done, meaning the PDD. And then there are several other parts to the process before they really get moving with full-on construction of the buildings. There's some design review that has to take place. And then for our part, you know, we have some connection of the water line that was part of our previous obligation that we've got to do. So, you know, they're not going to start operating tomorrow or installing this infrastructure tomorrow. So it's looking at when is the effective date for that, the activity associated with this 380.
So 2.8 says hotel tax abatement effective date. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
That would be January 1st of the first calendar year following the CO
Certificate of occupancy. Mm-hmm.
is approved. Right. So if they don't get their CO till sometime in 2022, then this would take effect January of 2023. And then it's enforceable for 20 years after that. What is the end date?
Well, but it's only effective until they receive their full abatement related to the cost for the infrastructure that they have to install. So effectively, you know, in theory, I guess it could take them 20 years to get to that point, to get all of it installed. But in reality, that's not going to happen, right? Because they're going to know what their hard cost for installation of the infrastructure is, and then it's, you know, if it takes them 20 years to get to have enough hotel tax, hot tax revenue to recoup that money, you know, that might not signal a very successful hotel, but that's, you know, that's what you have.
So the 20-year enforceable date, I guess that's a hard date as opposed to just saying whenever they receive their reimbursement for their expenses, I guess, because if they're not succeeding, it can take them 40 years, I guess. So
yeah, in theory, you know, it's like a whichever comes first is functionally how it works. If they are wildly successful and they end up having to pay out our 6% hot tax money, and it adds up fast, then the contracted, essentially, they will have completed, they will have gotten all the benefit out of it in a quick amount of time. If they don't have a super successful project and don't have a lot of use of the hotel, it could take up to that 20 years, but it gives you a hard end date so it doesn't just go on forever if they're not successful.
All right, so at the end of that 20 years, if they haven't recovered everything, they're just out that expense.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chan.
Yeah, if I might, you know, since it wasn't approved when this first came up, this is the opportunity to tweak it. And it might be necessary to tweak it when you put it in perspective of what's going on right now. And also historically, what's happened in Lago Vista. I've never seen a city that's had so many projects started but not stopped. I tend to be a real miser when it comes to public funds. So I'm not a big supporter of tax abatements. I'd rather see tax forgiveness based on performance. Because if he doesn't produce, he doesn't perform, out of there, or he pays up. With this, it's almost like, yeah, I push it or I don't push it. And we've had too much of that in Lago Vista. I don't think it's good for us. Just my 2 cents.
Well, the only thing I was considering on the way I was kind of looking at it, this is for a finite amount. I mean, we'll know exactly how much it is. So I don't know. Council, what are your thoughts? Councilor Prince.
A couple of questions and a comment. So first of all, we were just looking at section 2.8 that says following the certificate of occupancy for the wedding venue project. And I want to clarify, as I recall, this is a 2 or maybe even a 3-phase development project. When does the wedding venue project happen, and when would we realistically expect that to happen? That's first question. And then the second question I'm trying to figure out is, I can't remember about how many rooms would be, have hotel tax applicable to them. And how, I think you actually asked before, Mayor, do we have any estimate as to what their cost that they're going to be putting in for these utilities, which they would then get rebate for? So bottom line, I'm trying to figure out kind of when this really starts, and is it going to take, realistically 3 years or 20 years or 50 years for them to finish paying off. And my concern is we're setting up to get zero hotel tax out of this thing, maybe effectively forever, because 20 years is almost at least the half-life of this hotel. So just several questions stacked up there, and I don't know if that's Aaron or Roy or who can answer those.
I believe, well, I'll let somebody else chime in as well, but I believe wedding venue is the very first thing. And then I want to say they were looking at 150 rooms.
Right.
That's also
Right.
correct. And that's
So,
max.
I don't know.
It may be less, but that's the maximum number of rooms.
Yeah. The sweet spot is 75 rooms.
I don't know when the time frame between the wedding venue and the hotel comes online, but the clock would be ticking for them if they don't get that hotel in there.
There was a time clock for the cabins, but so in theory you could say, when the cabins are gone, they're going to be under a little pressure to get a hotel built, but they'll still have some villas that could theoretically be rented, but they will have less rooms, if you will, because there is a time clock on the cabins.
And Roy, if I may, the wedding venue happens with the cabins in the first phase, as the mayor was thinking.
Yes, sir. That is their quite frankly, their only income really is, the cabins are there to serve the wedding venue, not vacation rentals.
And we have a hotel coming, remember?
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. I was just kind of trying to think. At this time,
Because we haven't offered them anything.
We do have additional interest of finally getting hotel space in the city of Lago Vista. So it's not like we're needing an incentive to attract a hotel at this point. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got several questions. The first is the utility costs that they reference that they want to get reimbursed for. How will we know how that's calculated, and when will we know that number? And is there any room for a fudge factor with regard to that? Will we have the ability to kind of fact check the costs that they bring to us that they say they spend on the utilities?
Roy, can you comment on that? How would we know?
Yes, but I think Eric is he still on?
I still see him.
I see his name over there.
Yeah, I'm here, Mayor, just incognito.
Yeah, during the phases of approvals that Aaron was mentioning are what we call site development, and then the construction cost, which are associated with the subdivision development. We make them bond those improvements, and we have verified engineering costs. And so, assuming Eric does his job properly, it'll be well documented what they're spending, and they'll be bonding it to us before they spend it.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate that.
Bonds the whole bit.
Okay.
Mayor, one of the things we're going to be keeping an eye on, especially once those improvements cross the property line, there tends to be a very fine line between infrastructure and then plumbing. So that's something we're going to keep a close, should council go this route, something we're going to keep a close eye on, make sure that the infrastructure is infrastructure and they don't try to recoup plumbing costs.
Right. This
Okay.
this is supposed to be like it is for the line extensions, like anybody else. You know,
Okay.
once it hits the tap, it's theirs.
Got it. So one more question and then a comment. The question is, in reading through the 380 agreement, it was confusing to me. In some places, it seemed to say that they were going to get a rebate, and in other places, it seemed to say they weren't going to have to pay the hotel tax. I'm assuming they're going to pay the hotel tax and we will rebate it. Is that correct?
It needs to be rebated, yes, because
Okay.
they are required by law to pay it, and then we will rebate it back to them.
Okay, excellent. And then the final comment I was going to make is, and I hear where Mr. Chan's coming from as far as, tweaking consideration as far as what's changed in Lago and so forth. But I would make the comment that this has been a very long road. I mean, this dates back to when I was on council before. And I would suggest that making any changes at this point would be counterproductive. We either decide we're going to, extend this agreement or not, but changing it at this point, I think would be counterproductive. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, thoughts more something that just came into my head. I mean, who put this on the agenda? Did they come to us with this? Or is this just something that we staff decided because we didn't address it initially that now we're bringing it back? Because I'm thinking we don't know an amount. We're kind of uncertain as to what there's a number. I like seeing the number attached to this so that I can get a frame of reference. I mean, do we have to consider this now? Can we wait until we know more numbers and we can look at it then and maybe negotiate something else if we want to go with the 380? And I think this one's got to be rewritten anyway because we've made modifications to the development agreement, and I think the way this one's written, it's got to be cleaned up, because there's some issues around Ms. Jean-Jopin's property that needs to be cleared up on. I know this would have to be changed to reflect those changes, but I'm just wondering, do we have to make this decision now?
Mr. Mayor, it's not exclusively time sensitive. The property owners legal counsel did touch base with me about trying to finalize the 380, the remaining documents that we have in place, to make sure that they had, what we had originally discussed, all signed. If you want, there are so many ways to kind of cut this, cut the mustard, if you will, meaning, if you wanted to include some type of not to exceed number, if you wanted to wait until the design review was done and we knew exactly how much that infrastructure was going to cost them, so that you could put that hard number in or use it as a not to exceed, or if you weren't comfortable rebating the full amount, negotiate a lesser amount. I think the only thing at this point would be to be cognizant of is that, we want to make sure that it's clear we've been negotiating in good faith. We have been doing that all along. I believe Councilor Sullivan hit the nail on the head that this has been a very long process. We're excited that we've gotten to the point where the other parts, the other items that you would have to approve, meaning the development agreement, the annexation agreement, those have finally made their way through. Because as you all know, or many of you know, this has kind of morphed and changed over time. And so I think the only thing we want to make sure that we do at this point is to negotiate in good faith with them. I did express my concern about how long the agreement was. 20 years is a very long time to have a 380. Establishing an earlier stop time or a specific performance measure, meaning a dollar amount that's reached or some other function, is always preferable. But as far as legality goes, everything in there is legal. We will need to make sure we're properly referencing the correct property descriptions as those have been approved, so that everybody's clear exactly what this applies to. Because it's a 380, I mean, the whole purpose of it is economic incentive. So if for some reason it's referencing a property description that's not accurate, that really has no true impact on it, because we're looking at how much hot funds, how much hotel occupancy tax funds they generate from this particular property. I don't anticipate that anything related to Ms. John Joe Penn's property is going to generate any additional hot funds. But we do want everything to be nice and neat and clean. So we want the documents correct and accurate at the end of the day. I don't see the property owner's attorney on screen. I don't see her today, but it's, do you want to drag it out? Is there a serious concern about the dollar amount such that you'd want a not to exceed figure, or do you want to, essentially what you'd be doing is requiring Roger to go back to the negotiating table with their team to come up with something different. Approving an agreement, a 380 agreement where you don't have a meeting of the minds, really creates some additional problems. So trying to renegotiate here in a council meeting isn't gonna do it. You've got to get them to agree what the terms and conditions are before you could vote on it. So that's, hopefully that gives you your thought.
If I may add to that, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the changes to the buffer on Ms. Joe Penn's property, those are in the zoning ordinance, and those changes were made before you signed it.
Okay.
That's already been done.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Yes, Councilor Williams. You're muted.
Do we have any idea on how long before we would see the design review? Roy, do you have any idea? Is this going to be a long process, or is the design review?
They've already started working on certain aspects of it, because haven't they talked to you about the TIA scope, Eric? Now, we have some, the good news is they have a fairly competent engineering group. That doesn't hurt. They're using Kimley Horn, who that's a big firm with offices in many cities. My experience with them has been positive over the years. So I suspect that this won't be somebody will be struggling to get what we need out of them.
So do you think we'll have a number on how much it would cost to do the infrastructure soon?
I would, Eric can certainly push the utility design to the forefront and get that part of it. They won't have the bonding and the construction estimates, but I mean the real construction cost, but it'll be enough to where I think he could estimate it, or they could provide an estimate. Now we will go to something much more specific later, I think. But I think he can get you in the ballpark fairly early if you want to make that a priority.
Well, I'd like to have some sort of number on how much it's going to cost for the infrastructure, but
Yeah, that I'm kind of waiting for Eric to chime in.
Yes, Mayor, just I don't quite recall on the agreement I don't recall if the utilities were the taps within up to the point of delivery, or I don't remember if we at the time made any concessions within private property or not. So maybe Roy and Aaron can just fill me in a little bit on that, then I can give you a more educated answer.
I think it made it clear in the agreement that we were talking about just on Lakeshore, I guess that is Lakeshore Boulevard out there. It does, it just, that's it. Nothing on Lakeshore Point, not coming down that easement or anything. Rest of that's plumbing.
Okay, so I think overall we're talking about less than $60,000 for that type of infrastructure within the right of way there. Because council previously already agreed to the sewer improvement, which there's a gap there. So besides that, just the water improvements on Lake Shore, it's a very short distance. So I'm actually even surprised that they want a 380 agreement on that small of an amount.
Well, but there's phase 2. Are you including phase 2 improvements, Eric? With the hotel and the condo?
Right, so the infrastructure improvements, they're all going to be installed in phase 1, regardless of what they do in phase 2 within their private property. Unless the city at some point decides to make it all public and say, hey, this is going to be, we're going to turn this into public infrastructure, and therefore that may be part of the 380 agreement. Something to keep an eye for in future.
All right. Council Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, this is a large corporation. They have these venues all over the state of Texas and up into Oklahoma. These people do not make money by taking years to pay bills. These people come in, get it done, get it open, and go down the road. They make their money by getting these venues established where they can bring in large groups. If you remember, they tore down a beautiful wedding venue because it was too small and would not meet their needs. This is a large venue wedding group that is not coming in here with the plans of lollygagging around and taking 20 years to pay for infrastructure. This is a group that's coming in to establish a facility that's going to make them money. Now, we've been dealing with these people for a long time, and we've been talking about this 360 agreement for what, at least 3 years? I don't see that this is the time to start talking about changing or altering this agreement when all of the benefit basically eventually comes to us. They're going to pay for the infrastructure. The infrastructure is going to become ours. If we want to hook on to it to go to another development or area, it's ours to use. And they're paying for it. And I don't know how much it's going to be, but it's going to be paid back. This simply gives them a little bit of a gap in having to pay it all at once. So for my money, what we need to do is go on and approve it. Let these people go ahead and do what they're trying to do and get their building established so that we can start getting the other benefits from it. People coming out here, eating at our restaurants, buying our gas, going to our grocery store. The things that this will bring in that will increase our tax base and will increase the profitability of our businesses. That's it.
Well, Mr., the numbers that Eric shared at least gave me some idea on what we were talking about. So I'm fine with what you're saying. I just wanted to have some idea on what we were talking about.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say I agree with a lot of what Councilor Weatherly just said. I will disagree with one thing, and that is, no, they're not paying for it. Our hot taxes are going to be paying for it. That's our money. So we are paying for that infrastructure. Just one change to that. And then I did have a question and 2 questions. In looking in the agreement, I found where it talked about, and it referenced the fact that that it's the water and wastewater facilities that they construct. It doesn't really give any specifics about, down Lakeshore or whatever. It just says water and wastewater. So that to me is a little bit nebulous, but I feel better about it because of what Roy and Eric said about how they'll get the bonding on it and we'll know the value and all that kind of thing. The one last point that I was going to make that I was just looking at, in Article 5.1, this is the part that confused me. It says, beginning on the hotel tax abatement effective date and continuing through the term of this agreement, owners shall be excused from paying hotel occupancy taxes due to the city for rental units in the project. To me, that's saying they don't have to pay. And is that wording correct?
That wording needs to be revised.
Okay.
They'll have to pay it and it needs to be rebated.
Okay. I knew there was something in there that was confusing and said something it shouldn't. So anyway, did you noted to say it's section 5? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. So, I'm a fan of math. I was just sitting here playing with the calculator. If there were 75 rooms, $200 a night. I don't know what they're going to go for out there. If there were $200 a night, hotel occupancy tax would be $900 per day if they're fully occupied. Times 365, that's $328,500 in 1 year. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
If they're only going to spend 60,000 roughly on infrastructure, I don't think it would take them very long to pay this off.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree.
But are we certain, Aaron, that it's whichever comes first? There's no chance that they're going to get to keep that money for 20 years if they've been reimbursed for the utility expenses, correct? You're muted.
So the intent of the agreement is until that infrastructure, they get the rebates until their infrastructure is paid for. That's how it's supposed to work. I want to look at one other section of this because when I sent forward the draft document, the version that you got, the version that I provided to Roger, I provided him some information and legal thoughts on, and he had to go back and finalize the negotiation with their team. And so these are the adjustments that were made. I would want to make sure there's a hard stop in there at that number. Once that figure is paid for, once that amount is that rebate amount is total, then the agreement terminates in total. So I'm looking at the language just to confirm that for you. Just a second.
Well, I'll just make a suggestion. You already noticed the one section that needs to be revised as far as the payment wording. Can we not bring this back in 2 weeks? You can go make the slight modification you need to for the payment, but you can also make sure we're locked tight on the ending at the first thing that happens. And then, we can look at it 2 weeks from now and approve it then.
Yeah, they're not going to miss out on any money if you wait 2 weeks. If that's your thought process.
Okay.
You just have to hear this.
I just want to make sure the language is very tight, and it sounds like at least we know one area that needs to be modified, and we might need to check on the which comes first language to make sure it's locked tight.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Councilor Prince.
I would also suggest that as we look at the section 2.3, the abatement paragraph, to me, the wording there is a little too vague for my comfort. It says when the owner is reimbursed for the water and wastewater facilities constructed by owner. We just heard from Eric and Roy what they believe that covers, but it's not spelled out in the agreement. So I would suggest that we be a little more specific about what is included other than the language, which is pretty vague right now.
it would be important to have what that water and wastewater infrastructure, have that specifically defined in the agreement so that it's clear that it's only that infrastructure that will be deeded over to the city at a future date.
All right. I think we're getting to a consensus. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience have a comment? Yes, Ms. Jean Jopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few things. Some of them have been touched on already, but in general, it was kind of a significant amount of ambiguity in the contract. One of the things I noted was on page 169, where the city payments are being referred to in Article 4.1. It's like, what are these city payments? Now, I deduced that perhaps they're the reimbursement, but it wasn't defined in here. So it was a puzzle to me because it's referenced a couple different times. It's also referenced in the city's economic payments in another paragraph. And then in Article 5, where it refers to the hotel tax abatements continuing through the term of agreement. Okay, now in the definition of terms is where it's referenced about reimbursement until paid for their water and sewage infrastructure construction. That's the definition of the terms. I didn't see it in the body of the agreement, but maybe I'm dismissed it. But I thought that was important because when it says continues to the term of the agreement, in one place, the term of the agreement is 20 years, but in another place, it's 15 years, i.e. the development and annexation agreement on page 179, it says 15 years. And in the definition of terms, which are already referenced, it says until the owner is reimbursed for the water and wastewater facilities. And it's just, I think it's too nebulous for a contract, and it doesn't really matter how well set up this company is. If a city's going to make a contract, you may need to make a tight contract. And I think for the little bit that I know, this city has historically been kind of underwater on a couple of 3 different agreements that I know of because of things not being tight. In Article 9, the city's liability limitations in the last sentence, to me, I put this in here, I may not ask about it, but it just seems to be a very ambiguous meaning because there's no punctuation. It kind of goes on. And it's like at the end of that last sentence in that paragraph, I'm like, okay, what is it that the city's not going to be liable for? Then in Article 8, where it says if the owner is found in default or uncompliance, the owner is not required to refund to the city any any monetary grants and considerations previously paid to it by the city, or for any consequential damages. Now here, I don't know if the city's making any lump sum payments going forward that they're not going to be reimbursed with in case this company, it's not likely, but still it's a contract, suddenly defaults on stuff. And then we're out that money because it said they're not going to be held accountable. And so that's what I wrote. What if the monies are paid substantially up front and then some default occurs? And so then we have no recourse to recover the funds. And are they from tax dollars was my question. And my questions in my email were not in reference to my concerns taking up any hot monies or anything like that. It's just that they're referenced in this contract. Exhibit B is referenced in this contract. It has a reference to the buffer zone being 20 feet. And I heard sorry, name has gone from my head. I apologize so much. I'm so sorry that it's in the zoning. But if this is a document that's incorporated in this contract, then it becomes a question of which supersedes which, and it's a potential conflict down the road. So all I'm saying is that when things are included in a contract, it's better to be right than wrong or nebulous. And you don't count on somebody's perceived integrity, whether it's a person or an entity. Or interpretation.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
In short, this contract needs to be gone over, I think.
All right. All right, well, if that's everyone, bring it back to council for action.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
I would make a motion that we table this item for the contract to be reviewed and amended and brought back at a future council meeting, please.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion is tabled. Unanimous. All right, discussion item. Discussion regarding detail of council minutes. Let me see here, 13. This is being brought to us by Councilor Sullivan. Summary says council minutes currently list a brief summary of citizen comments, but do not include a summary of council member comments. The minutes are not supposed to be a complete summary of what happens at a meeting, but instead a record of the issue at hand and the resolution reached for that issue. Previous council made the decision to capture comments made by the citizens in the meetings while choosing not to capture any comments made by council. Given our current ability to capture the entire meeting on video and the ease and ability for citizens and others to replay the meeting, the question arises if we need to be capturing citizen comments in the written minutes. If such comments should continue to be deemed necessary, shouldn't council comments be captured as well for consistency? And I'm going to turn it over to Councilor Sullivan to address y'all.
Mayor, I think that captured most of the only thing I would add is this came up. I posed some questions to Ms. Barton about the minutes, and she provided me some of the information about what happened in previous council. So anyway, I just brought it up for discussion. I believe that the minutes should be consistent. We either should have no comments captured or all the comments captured, one way or the other. Quite frankly, I believe it's probably none because we've got the video available to us now. But I'll leave that up for the rest of the council members to make comments on.
Councilor Davila, would you mind recognizing people for just a couple of minutes? I'm going to step out of the room for just a second. And I think Councilor Marion has her hand up, so you can start with her.
Councilor Marion, proceed.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. So I actually think I would prefer, in the spirit of transparency, to log all of the comments and provide more detail rather than less. And the biggest reason I say that is because these videos don't have closed captioning enabled, and it's very possible that we have or could have members of our community who are hearing impaired. And since not everybody is on camera when they speak or not always looking into the camera directly when they speak, if we only have as an option for citizens the video for them to sit through 7 hours of in some cases, council meetings, then that could become problematic. I think if we're going to move to that, then we should at the very least enable some sort of closed captioning. Otherwise, I think the more detail we can provide, the better. And I think, yeah, I think that's really all I have for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have? Councilor Sullivan?
Thank you. A very good point on the closed captioning. The only comment I'd make is nobody should have to sit through 7 hours. You should be able to jump to the section that you want and get to it relatively quickly. But your point is very well made about those folks who potentially can't hear and need some closed captioning or fully written minutes. So very well, very good point. Thank you.
Eric, you have it back?
Sure. Who's up? Councilor Prince.
This is, a challenging one for the city secretary because, I think trying to parse between being a stenographer and recording every word and determining what is relevant is a very difficult job. So I feel for her on that. I might suggest as an alternative what might be helpful to our citizens, and this doesn't solve Councilor Marion's problem, but kind of following along on, or the problem she articulated, I should say, following on what Mr. Sullivan said, perhaps rather than capturing comments, it would be very helpful if in the minutes we captured the time marker in the meetings where we transitioned between topics on the agenda, so that people could jump to that agenda item that they had interest in. I think that would probably be pretty beneficial. I think it may just be unfair to our city secretary to ask her to try to determine what are all the, I think she's done a great job with citizen comments of trying to parse between all the many things that are said and capture the ones that she deems, most relevant. But I'm not kind of in the mindset to put that task on her, since we do have the video going forward.
Yeah, and it's not like we don't talk a lot. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Durbin.
The only thing I would add is that if you and Councilwoman Marion's comments are very well received, and I actually don't know if there's any sort of ADA compliance regarding any of this sort of stuff, but just from the standpoint of if you're going to reduce the comments and rely on the recordings, then I think you would be wise to also state that so long as the meetings are being recorded, that you go to that level of detail, because at some point, if you stop recording, then you're going to need more detail in your minutes. So I think you need to make the two codependent upon each other. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like Mr. Prince's idea. I think that would be fantastic to have timestamps. However, even as we're in this meeting right now, there's no way to effectively timestamp this comment I'm making at this very moment. She would still have to go back and effectively watch the whole recording again just to find those timestamps, unless I'm mistaken. But nevertheless, it is a great idea. As somebody who does look at these videos and the minutes, I think the more detail in the minutes, the better. I'd rather spend 6 minutes or 30 minutes reading through minutes rather than going back and watching 6 or 7 hours of video just to see what somebody said, or to get what was it that a certain councilman or councilwoman was trying to convey in their questions. What was their take? I don't think we should have to go back and watch 7 hours of video to try to find what it was. The more detail in the minutes, the better, is my input. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right. Yes, Councilor Williams.
I thought what Paul was saying was that he would capture when we went from one subject matter to another subject matter. So you would be able to go to the beginning of A, and then if you wanted to go to C subject matter, you could go to the C subject matter and would be on this page or something like that. I didn't think he was trying to capture each individual speech of each person. I thought he was talking about the whole subject matter. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Right. But the only way for her to do that is to go back and watch the video. Am I mistaken?
No, I don't think so. I think she'd have to go back and do that. But at least for anybody that wanted to go, in lieu of reading 30 minutes worth of minutes, they could, okay, so this subject is at 2 hours and 14 minutes in. I just go to that point and listen from there.
Yeah, it's great.
Saves you from
But
having.
how does she know to come up with the 2-hour, 14-minute mark?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she can't make note of it right now when this topic started.
Right.
She'd still have to go back, watch the video, and find when that transitioned. So I guess my only point is I don't want to see an undue burden put on Sandra. That's, I mean, I guess the way you could do it is, you know, make a note of when the recording button started at the very beginning. You know how it says this meeting is now being recorded. You know, she could make a note of that, and then as she's watching this meeting tonight, you know, make a note and then go back and kind of search it that way, I suppose. Anyway, thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought we weren't going back and forth anymore. So she has to watch the video to generate the minutes anyway. And when she does that, she can get the timestamps. It's really not that difficult. And no one would ever have to go watch 7 hours worth of a meeting if they only have one specific interest. Thank you.
Ms. Jean-Jopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of torn a little bit, but I really see both points because I myself prefer to go through, spend 5 or 6, 10 minutes skimming through notes to get to where I need to be. But it brought Paul's discussion and Keith's discussion brought up the other question that I was asking is when you're recording notes, are they in real time or does she actually go watch the video when she's doing her minutes, or is it like a cross check to fill in blanks as for real-time minutes? And for example, if it's in real time, a time notation could be made that would give us, if we like to just watch the video, a time notation could be made in the minutes as to when each subject, at least when each agenda topic changed, which might give us a ballpark place to skim down to in the video. But I do myself prefer to skim through minutes as opposed to watching a long video to try to find the spot where I have uncertainty about.
Yep. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Prince.
My technology tip of the day, if you're on YouTube, there's a setting for how fast you play back. And so you can play things back at a higher rate of speed and take a lot less time to watch them. If you didn't already know that, you're welcome.
Is there sound involved? Do we all sound a real high voice squeaky?
Amazingly, it does not change the pitch of your voice. You're just speaking much faster. It's pretty cool technology.
All right. So this is a discussion item. There's really no action to be taken. This was just brought for discussion. So at this point, don't have any more comments. We'll wait to see if anybody wants to bring something back for us to consider, or does it take any kind of action, or does it just involve direction?
It would just be direction, Mr. Mayor, unless there's, you want to establish some formal policy by resolution, or put something in our ordinances, but that would seem very unusual.
Yes, Councilor Marion.
If there's going to be some sort of direction provided tonight, I would just like to reiterate my my concern for members of the community who may be hearing impaired. I mean, even as I'm watching folks here, I can't, because the pictures are so small, you can't accurately, and some cameras are really blurry, you can't accurately see folks' lips. So if we're going to go to like some really bare bones version of minutes, it may be appropriate to investigate whether or not you can enable some sort of closed captioning. With Zoom, I know you can do that. I don't know if that can be done with GoToMeeting. I think that it's important to consider members of the community who may have disabilities.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, we will move on then. Let's see, where we at? Future meetings, consider schedule and items for future council meetings. All right, so here's what I have on the agenda for April 1st. We have the animal cruelty discussion. I am hoping to have our winter storm after action report completed by April 1st so that I can present that. We will be bringing the bid for the household hazardous waste. We had the bid opening the other day, so we'll be bringing that to council, the recommendation. I want to put on a discussion item regarding our postal service. And I will extend an invitation to them to see if they want to attend. I don't know. I think postal service, we at least need to discuss it, at a council meeting. I get tons and tons of emails from almost every day from somebody regarding mail service or busted grates in their driveway. So I don't know, but I think the citizens need to hear from us as council and staff how we address these postal service issues. So I'd like to put that on the agenda for April 1st. Youth Advisory Committee, I'll bring that back to consideration. I have some thoughts on that, some possible changes, so I'll bring that to you April 1st. And then we have other applications as well for other committees. I think I have future, y'all mentioned the 18 dash, that resolution y'all are working on as far as liaisons and committees. When were y'all looking at bringing that back?
We might have it for April 1st, but it might be the one after.
Okay. Right now, I'm kind of stacking everything April 1st. But then I do have, we have work sessions.
But Mayor, I would suggest maybe we do it the meeting after. I'm going to be out of pocket all next week at the Dell Match Place, so I probably won't have time to meet with Dave and Arch. So it'd probably be the meeting after, would be my guess.
Okay. So the work session for our park, that was the one, that was the first of the month, 5th, 6th, or 12th. It seems either the 5th or the 6th, or it's where I have the most people available. So let's see.
And that's for the park, sir?
I'm going to say the 5th. Is the 5th good for most everybody?
And would we do it in the evening at 6:30 or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the.
That's a Monday night, I believe.
Yes, it is.
That's fine.
And street CIP. I said I got street CIP. It's actually just complete CIP, not just street, but see our CIP projects and adjusting because of what's happening with Loman Ford Road and stuff. I have either the 20th or the 27th is the most people being available.
Both being Saturdays.
No, Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
April 20th, April 27th. They're both Tuesdays. Do we have a preference?
I prefer the 27th myself.
That's fine.
Me.
Sounds good to me.
Mayor, would that one also be an evening?
Yes. Yeah, unless somebody just really has a need for the daytime, I know it's dinner time, but that seems to be when most people are available. So the work sessions, they're open meetings. So try to keep it open, as available to everybody as possible.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so are you talking at the 6:30 time or the 5:30 time? I'm just asking.
I'm thinking 6:30, but
Okay. I just want
you know,
clarification. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything? Miss Marion?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually was just curious about when we would be revisiting the water rates discussion. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the bills should probably be coming out soon, and I'm hoping by now we have the information we were waiting for on February.
Yes. Thank you. I had that noted, but I didn't put it on my calendar. So this is another one of those. Do you think we can do this at a council meeting, or does this need to be a work session?
Council meeting.
I think we could do it at a council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I would suggest council meeting because it's going to be so passionately important to so many citizens that doing it in a normal council meeting is probably best.
Okay. So I'll put it down for both of them. We'll start it April 1st and see if we can get it reviewed in time. If not by April 15th. These don't. I know a lot of this doesn't take effect until May 1st, so we kind of have the time, and I don't want to rush staff too much, but so yeah, okay, water rates, because there's more to it than just we're going to be looking at winter averaging. We may have some issues with how are we going to handle some individual bills, utility bills. We should probably come up with some kind of policy process on how we're going to handle those if our current one's not sufficient. Something else that we need to address as far as water rates is, at what point in time are we going to reinstitute our cutoffs and our late fees and all those things that have been non-existent for a year? Because we have some people that literally have just coasted and not paid a single bill for over a year now. So we got to come up with a policy on how we're going to handle those people. So we got a lot for water rates that we got to discuss. So yes, Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mayor. You and I had a brief discussion about the possibility of adding more space for our staff. Would you like to have that discussion anytime soon? I'm referring to acquiring some space like a city hall annex that could be either temporary or permanent, but a place where we could possibly house our development services people. That group is growing and probably should continue to grow, and could also be a place where the parking and so forth would be more amenable to all the contractors and people that come seeking permits and that sort of thing. could have easy access to our development services personnel.
Yeah, I can put it on whenever.
Let's do it on the next one then.
We don't have much for the 15th. We got a lot
Let's-
for the 1st.
Put it on the 15th.
15th.
Or we can go to May. I don't know. I don't have anything for May yet, but. Let's see.
Paul has a question.
All right, Councilor Prince.
Two things, and I think both of these are probably May things. We were talking about water before, but remember that there are three of us who are on a water subcommittee, and so I think we want to come back in with some thoughts and recommendations. And I'll just kind of speak here. Certainly not before the 1st of May, maybe in the middle of May. Mr. Davila and Sullivan, would you agree with mid-May as sort of a rough target for that?
I think so.
Okay, good. And then the second one is the CMP subcommittee, which David has been really driving through. We've kind of been parsing it out into two pieces, which is a report out of things that have been accomplished, and then a discussion of forward-looking goals. We could, keep that all together and bring it in one large discussion, or we could do it in two pieces. If we want to do it in two pieces, the first part might be the beginning of May, and the second part might be, I don't know what, David, the 1st of June kind of time frame?
Or it could be the second meeting in May. It could be the second,
Yeah. So the CMP subcommittee report out, which could potentially be in two pieces if we want to split it up.
All right. Councilor Marion.
Mayor, I was just gonna follow up, since the April 1 meeting might be getting kind of lengthy, suspecting that the water rates discussion might take a while. If we want, we might even consider moving the animal cruelty to April 15th, since that's not as pressing as the water rates topic. Just a suggestion.
Well, that is your subject, so you tell us.
Yeah, I definitely, I think the water rates is probably something we've got it. We have a really set time, I think, on that.
All right. I will move it till the 15th. Anybody else? All right, anybody from staff have anything they think of?
Yeah, Mayor, you are scheduling all these meetings, but I'm going to Hawaii Monday, so that was a joke. Sorry.
Okay. Is all of staff just going to go to Hawaii? Yeah. And then I will get with my Cap Metro subcommittee offline, see when we want to meet. At some point in April, I'm also going to have, meet with my emergency response planning group to discuss some things. That's all I have right now that I can think of. Anybody else?
Nope.
Oh, and we know what we got to bring back though, right? Do I need to make notes on that? Let's see. Oh, I made it, but okay.
You might make a note about the 380, the Nature's Point 380 agreement that we have that come back.
Make that note, bring back. Okay. Was that everything?
I think so.
All right.
Yes.
Does anybody have any reason why we got to go to executive session?
Nope.
Good. Well, I almost nailed it. I said 11 o'clock. It is 10:52. And if
All right.
everybody's done, I will call this meeting adjourned at 10:52 p.m.
Have a good one.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.